Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting for Wednesday, May 31st, 2023. This meeting is being convened on or by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver Electronic Meetings, and as such, committee members may participate in person or by electronic means. If a council member attending by electronic means loses their connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Council members participating virtually are reminded that in accordance with Section 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. Any council member whose video is disabled will be marked absent for that portion of the meeting. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website, and the link to that form will be tweeted out on Van City Clerk. I would like to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind Council that when addressing speakers and team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. I would also like to acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I would also like to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. In case of an emergency, if we need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits located beyond the glass doors and to the left. If these exits are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this chamber. And please use the stairs and not the elevator. I would also like to highlight that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside the council chamber. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Sim is on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly is on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Boyle is on a leave of absence for personal reasons. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner in the chair. Councillor Joe.
Present.
You have quorum, Chair Meisner.
Thank you. So we have 8 items of business on today's agenda, 1 presentation, 5 reports, and 2 council member motions. We will recess for lunch at noon, followed by reconvening in camera and return at 3:30 p.m. Should the business not be completed prior to 5 p.m. today, we will recess for dinner and reconvene at 6 p.m. And should the business not be completed this evening, the meeting will reconvene on June 1st, 2023 at 6 p.m. I would like to remind council members that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the city clerk in final written form before the council member introduces them. Please ensure the clerk has received your amendment by using the council meetings amendments DL mailing list. Before we begin to hear from registered speakers, I would like to remind council and members of the public that in accordance with the updates to the procedure bylaw that were enacted at the Standing Committee meeting on May 10th, 2023, public speakers may only speak for up to 3 minutes and council may not ask questions of speakers. I would also like to remind speakers that they should state whether they're in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. And following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item, we will go back through the list for those who were not present when their name was initially called. So as chair for this meeting, I'm suggesting that for the reports with no speakers, we adopt the recommendations collectively in a single motion. Standing committee meetings require a seconder in accordance with the updates to the procedure bylaw enacted on May 10th, 2023. So reports 1 through 3 have no speakers. And does any member wish to hold any of the items for questions or debate to team members? And I see Councillor Carr on the queue.
Yes, can you hold report 2, please?
Yes, we can do that. Okay, so we can adopt reports 1 through 3 on consent. Or sorry, 1 and 3, apologies. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on the consent items? Okay, can I get a motion? Okay, seconder, please. Okay, moved by Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. All those in favor say yea. Okay, all those opposed say nay. Okay, the following have been approved on consent. Amendments to impounding and vehicles for hire bylaws towing rates. And report 3, proposed fire bylaw amendments for notice delivery. Just need a pen. Sorry. Just bear with me here while I get a pen. Might come in handy. Oh. Okay, thanks. Okay, now we'll go to presentations. 2023 Transportation and Public Spaces Director's Update. We have team members here to present and answer any questions that council may have after the presentation. Good morning, and please begin when you're ready.
Good morning, Chair and Council. My name is Margaret Witkins, Deputy GM in Engineering Services, and we're pleased to be bringing forward today an update on transportation and public space and street use. Historically, staff have brought forward an annual update to Council on transportation as annual data is available. But as we've seen through the pandemic, public space has increasingly become a focal point for communities. And so today we're bringing forward an integrated update on both transportation and public space. We'll first hear from Paul Storer, the Director of Transportation. He will present recent trends as well as provide some updates on key transportation projects. We'll then hear from Lisa Parker, the Director of Public Space and Street Use, who will present program and project updates related to how we use and activate our streets for cultural, community, as well as economic vibrancy. Together, these presentations really highlight how our streets are hardworking public spaces. They move people and goods and also provide important places for people to gather and connect. They provide venues for relaxation, expression, and enjoyment, and also support important business functions. Making all of this work requires balancing many needs. And so we'll see that by working creatively and collaboratively with other departments, as well as the community and other organizations, we can realize the great potential our streets offer. So with that, I will hand it to Paul Storer, Director of Transportation.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Paul Storer. I'm Director of Transportation with the City of Vancouver, as Margaret said. And we're here today to provide an update on that we've done most years, I guess, over the last decade, to provide an update to Council on trends, projects and priorities, and on some current planning. We do a yearly survey of the transportation patterns of Vancouver residents, and this is really our opportunity to update Council on those trends and talk about how we are responding to them and moving forward. So, streets are one of the city's most valuable assets. About 30% of Vancouver land is street space. And over the last several years, there's been a lot more focus on how we use that asset. In 2020, Council gave direction to reallocate more street space from private vehicles, and this was expanded in the Vancouver Plan. Transportation is a really important part of how we use our streets. A functional and effective transportation system is really critical for the economy and business and to support residents' daily lives, whether that's going to school or shopping, socializing, recreation, all sorts of activities really rely on the transportation system working well. And it's really central to how a city works. Streets are also really important places for public life, and Lisa Parker will talk a lot more about what we are doing to transform streets for public life, particularly coming out of the opportunities we saw during the pandemic. There are also significant other ways that we can leverage that street space to meet our city targets. We can look at using that street space for parks, for nature, for ecological corridors, and to manage rainwater in a cost-effective, clean, and sustainable way. All of our work in transportation is driven by council direction and key policies. Our big guiding policy in transportation is our long-range transportation plan, Transportation 2040, that was approved by council following significant public and stakeholder engagement in 2012. And various portions of that have been updated over the years with policies like the Vancouver Plan, the Climate Emergency Action Plan. We are responding to actions within the Regional Transportation Strategy, Transport 2050, and a number of other policies that touch transportation. So I'm going to spend a bit of time walking through the policy in a little more detail, our targets, and the trends that we're seeing coming out of our last transportation survey. So the goal of Transportation 2040 was to provide a clear vision for transportation moving into the future and what we prioritize, to set goals and targets and policies and actions to meet those targets. And all of this was to address, really key challenges that the city was facing and continues to face, particularly around being a growing city that has limited road space. So we can't just keep growing vehicles. We need to figure out how to move people in different ways to ensure that the transportation network works well for everything it needs to. We're also seeing the health impacts of the transportation system not working as well as it can. We, have safety and fatalities in particular that we need to address. Climate change, affordability, accessibility continues to be an issue in Vancouver, and to support the economy and public life. So one of the key things that the Transportation 2040 does is it really looks at how can we better use our roads. And when you look at private motor vehicles, they're a very important part of our transportation system and will continue to be for the foreseeable future, but they have a number of externalities and they are a very inefficient way to move people around. So if you look at a typical lane in Vancouver, it can carry about 700 motor vehicles. If you look at that same space allocated to transit, it can be significantly more, cycling maybe 3 times as much and walking, maybe 8 times as much. So if we look at that same space, we can move so many more people through walking, biking, and transit if we can use that space really well. So the Transportation 2040 had 3 key goals. One was to reduce the distance driven by Vancouver residents by 2020 over 2007 levels. The other 2 goals were around the sustainable mode share and safety. So our sustainable mode share target really looked at how can we keep an effective transportation system out to 2040, recognizing that we're not growing road capacity. So essentially it looked at how we would do that, and really it was about shifting all new trips to sustainable transportation. So the first goal was that by 2020, half of trips would be by walk, bike, and transit, and by 2040, 2/3 of all trips be by walk, bike, and transit. We would see a small decrease in the number of vehicles on the road, but it wasn't significant. Our second big goal was around safety. And the plan really said it's not okay for us to accept the number of traffic-related fatalities and serious injuries that we see on our network. And it set a Vision Zero target of eliminating traffic-related fatalities and serious injuries. The Climate Emergency Action Plan, when it looked, one of the big moves in the Climate Emergency Action Plan was to accelerate that target to 2030, recognizing that 40% of pollution in Vancouver is caused by motor vehicles, and that if we wanted to meet our climate targets, we would have to advance that shift over to walk, bike, and transit even further. This ends up being a more aggressive goal because it requires not just new trips to be shifting over to walk, bike, and transit, but also more of the existing trips. So how are we doing on this? So I'm going to spend just a couple minutes on this slide because this is the summary of the data we've collected over the years and the transportation trends. So the orange bars at the bottom are motor vehicles. The blue bars are transit. The dark green bar is walking, and the lighter green bar at the top is cycling. And we've done this survey every year over the last decade so that we can really see year to year, as much as possible, how the transportation network is performing and how we are closing in on our goals. So between 2013 and 2019, we were seeing quite a steady shift from motor vehicles to walk, bike, and transit. You can kind of see over that time, we saw a gradual increase in the number of trips, which you'd expect in a growing region and is a really positive sign that the network's working well. And we also saw about a 1% shift a year from motor vehicles to sustainable transportation, and in particular to cycling. So we saw the cycling mode share kind of double over that 6 years, which was a big shift in how Vancouverites moved around. In 2020, obviously the pandemic hit, and we saw a drastic reduction in the overall number of trips that people were taking. You can see that bar is significantly smaller. And we saw a big shift, particularly from transit into motor vehicles. So we saw that motor vehicle mode share jump up from kind of the mid 40% to the mid 50%. And a lot of that was the shift from transit. 2021, we saw overall people were traveling more again. The data in that year was really affected by the extreme weather events that we saw that year. The time we normally would have done the survey was during the atmospheric river, so it got pushed out. So this data, I wouldn't say it's very reliable of what was happening throughout the year, but it kind of was a good indication of how more extreme weather events are impacting the way that people are moving around. So 2022 was the first good year of data kind of coming out of the pandemic. We're seeing gradual recovery, both in terms of the number of trips and the shift to sustainable modes, but we're not back where we were before the pandemic. Transit in particular has recovered significantly. As you probably know, Metro Vancouver is leading the way in terms of transit recovery of cities in North America. We're back to about 82% of pre-pandemic volumes on the system. In terms of safety, this graph is showing the number of traffic-related fatalities over the years. So the purple bar is the population increase, and the red line is the trend line of traffic-related fatalities. So over the long period of time, we're still seeing a good reduction and trending towards where we want to be, which is 0. We saw a big drop in the first year of the pandemic in 2020. Like a lot of other cities, we unfortunately saw a big jump again in 2021, which came down again in 2022. This was really hard to see when our goal is 0, and each one of these has its own story and is a tragedy. So we are taking a good look at each one of these, seeing what we can do to increase our safety moving forward, and following the trends to be sure that we're working towards our Vision Zero goals. So I have a few focus areas I'm going to walk through today because there's a lot going on in these areas. There's a lot more going on in the transportation sector as a whole, but I'm going to cover some of the highlights. So obviously the big project in the region that's happening right now is the Broadway Subway project. This is going to be the rapid transit project basically in North America that will carry the most ridership on opening day. It's on track to open in 2026. Construction is proceeding well. Traffic decking is almost complete at all the stations. So we'll be in a steady state very soon, and we're in the process of collecting data along the corridor to in an effort to work with TransLink, in the province, to look at are there opportunities to kind of better use some of that street space and provide some more amenities for businesses such as parking outside of peak periods. We're seeing if we can do that without impacting construction or transit, which is really important to keep functioning well during construction. We are also working on street design with our planning colleagues in the Broadway Plan area, and we'll be reporting out to council next year on that. The next biggest project in the region in terms of transit ridership is the UBC extension. The province has recently taken over this project and is working towards a kind of early design and business case inputs. So we're working with them along with all the other partners along the corridor, including the nations and UBC, to advance that towards construction eventually. Last year, Council approved the city's priorities for station locations, which included McDonald, Alma, and Jericho lands. This was endorsed by the Mayor's Council later that year. And all of this is going to be taken by the province and looked at in terms of moving it to the next steps. So while the SkyTrain network is really the backbone of our transit system, buses do most of the heavy lifting. So about 2/3 of all transit trips in the region are by bus. And over the last several years, particularly in the pandemic, we've been working with TransLink to figure out how we can roll out projects faster to help support buses moving around the city. And that includes all sorts of things like bus lanes, bus zones, where we can clear a little bit of parking to help transit. One of the things that we've seen be most effective in the last few years is TransLink's bus stop balancing program. So the bus stop network is particularly, it's a kind of an artifact of being there a long time, and what you end up with are often a number of stops that are closely spaced. So what this program does is it looks at into corridors and where we can consolidate stops or remove stops without having significant impacts on institutions, accessibility, and most riders. And this provides a lot of benefits to the riders along the line. We've seen up to 10-minute round-trip travel time savings on some routes. So this makes bus a better experience for people, as well as saving significant operational costs. So this has been one of the ways we've seen most, some of that really important travel time savings. And TransLink was actually able to reallocate a lot of that savings to introduce a new route in Vancouver. So that's the number 80 that's connecting Marine Drive Kennel Line Station with the River District, which is a really important community that's growing and needs better transit service. So this was a really good example of how that time on some routes can be reinvested to provide better service for Vancouver. We're also working on a number of other projects, including more bus stop balancing, upgrading bus stops with longer buses to allow for more capacity on some routes, and transit priority in a number of corridors, including bus bulbs, bus lanes, and bus movements at intersections. TransLink's also about to start this summer the area transport plan, and that's going to be looking at the whole Burrard Peninsula and transportation on the peninsula, but really with a focus on the bus network and how we can improve transit in the area. Shifting over to a few categories we're lumping together, including neighborhood schools, safety, and accessibility. So first off, we have a transportation demand management action plan that looks at the years 2021 to 2025 and how we can use non-infrastructure means to help people travel through walk, bike, and transit. So in this plan, there are 10 strategies and 75 actions. Of those, 52 are ongoing or complete or in progress. One of the ones we're excited about that's coming up very soon is a partnership between the city, the DVBIA, TransLink, and Cadillac Fairview to implement a bike valet pilot in city center. And we're excited to see how that can support people getting to and from the downtown by bike. We do a lot of work with schools, and it's really important to focus on schools not only for safety of the kids who are there, but also to encourage kids to understand how different ways they might be able to travel into the future. So we do school travel planning. We have a school streets program that we're continuing to roll out, travel education, walking school buses, and we are working to expand a Moby Community Pass program where for a low fee, high school students can become part of the Moby program. We recently introduced a school speed pilot on arterial and collector streets. This is coming out of direction from council in 2021, where council asked us to look at reducing speeds at schools. We have now implemented a reduction in speeds on school days during school hours at 9 schools. On arterial roads, that would be reducing the speed limit to 40 kilometers per hour, and on collectors, 30 kilometers per hour. And our plan is to report back to council in the spring of 2024 on this program with additional suggestions on how we might move forward. Neighborhood traffic management program. We have, coming out of council direction in the last few years, we have been implementing the neighborhood traffic management program, which is really looking at vehicle volumes and speeds in local communities, starting with Strathcona and the Hastings Sunrise Edneck overpass area. Strathcona, we're going to be seeing pilot measures rolling out very soon, following some good conversations with the community there about what issues they were seeing. So those are coming out imminently. And we expect to go out for a second phase of engagement with the Hastings Sunrise community later this year, leading towards delivery in 2024. And with that, we'll start to move on to the next neighborhoods that were prioritized through that program. There's a number of other walking and rolling improvements that roll out every year. So this is everything from signals, improvements to signals, like left turn phases, increasing the amount of time people have to cross the streets. Rectangular rapid flashing beacons that you can see the photo of up above on the screen. And also things like leading pedestrian intervals. So over the last 2 years, we have done almost 30 leading pedestrian intervals, and that's where we give pedestrians extra time at the beginning of the cycle to cross the street where they're not in conflict with motor vehicles. We also have a lot of work to improve accessibility, and that includes accessible pedestrian signals and audibles, and our curb ramp program that the city beefed up several years ago. We've been able to get through the queue of requests for curb ramps. And are now working on being more proactive about rolling out curb ramps around the city. I'm going to spend a couple minutes on active mobility and greenways. So over the years, the city has been implementing a pretty extensive network of walking and cycling facilities. Most of the city has sidewalks. There's still a lot of areas that don't, and we're working on improving those. And in terms of the cycling network, our focus over kind of the last decade has been creating a all ages and abilities network, particularly in the downtown. So this is primarily protected bike lanes. And the reason for that is in most of the rest of the city, we have streets that are relatively low volume that we can traffic calm to get even lower volume to feel comfortable for people of all ages and abilities. And in the downtown where we don't have those opportunities, it's really looking at how can we create those protected, separated facilities for people to feel, of all ages and abilities, to feel comfortable walking and cycling. So with the Climate Emergency Action Plan, Council directed staff to move forward with an active mobility plan. We're about to send that to Council shortly, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. More info will be in the memo we sent to Council. But we have broken down the areas of the city where we need to focus on delivering sidewalks, and that's from a number of point of views, including, what number of walkable destinations, what the population density is, looking at equity, and what the network looks like. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because there's a ton of detail there, but we've also taken a look at all of the corridors that we think are priorities to improve to support us meeting our Climate Emergency Action Plan targets. So we'll be sending this to Council shortly as the first draft of that, but that includes places where we need to do pedestrian improvements, major pedestrian projects and public realm improvements, where complete streets will be delivered. So these are typically arterial streets where we need to be sure that they work for all modes, and greenways. And that's really looking at mostly local streets and ensuring those work really well for walking and cycling. So I'm going to walk through a couple project highlights and then turn it over to Lisa Parker. So our big projects that are moving ahead right now, Granville Connector is the biggest one other than the Broadway subway. So construction is underway. The contractor started earlier this year. And that is creating a safe, accessible, and comfortable walking and rolling connection across the Granville Bridge. This has been one of our big gaps in our active transportation network and is a big piece of our construction moving forward. That is coupled with the reconfiguration of the North Loops with an urban street grid. And that is being led by our real estate and facilities management colleagues but really to create better walking and cycling connections down through that area, and also to create sites that can be developed. The Portside Greenway is one of the other projects that we're really excited about moving ahead. We're in the first phases of engagement now. We're trying to move through those fairly quickly so that we can start to implement portions of this. This is a really critical east-west connection across the northern part of East Vancouver, connecting Burnaby and the Ironworkers Memorial Bridge to downtown and to Gastown. So there's lots of opportunities here to reallocate road space, to look at how we can incorporate nature and parks into the street, and spaces for people, particularly on the western part of the corridor. Last one I was going to talk about a bit is the Butte Greenway. So through the West End plan and the Places for People plan, it identified Butte as a street that could really be improved to help provide a ton of benefits for residents and businesses and people coming to the West End, creating a shore-to-shore connection that is really public space and parks focused and a great place to walk and bike. So we are focused on the northern part of the corridor and landing on what that design will look like. The focus right now for construction is around the Butte Robson Plaza, and we are coupling some of the greenway work and greenway improvements with the delivery of that plaza. And with that, I will pass it to Lisa Parker.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Parker, Director of Public Space and Street Use. Thanks for the chance to have this discussion today. So I'll just go ahead and jump right in where Paul left off. The greenways are, as Paul was saying, a real great example of where mobility and public life can come together. We have had a temporary plaza at Butte Robson for a number of years, and so we're just finalizing the design for construction and delivery next year, really integrating a number of the learnings before the pandemic, but especially during the pandemic. Building on that, we also are looking at our commercial high streets with a lot of intention in this capital plan. Within the West End, we are doing focused work within the Davie Village as well as Robson Village. And these projects will be able to deliver key commitments within the West End Community Plan, as well as the Downtown Public Space Strategy. During the pandemic, we did try a number of pieces within there, and this project will allow us to deliver and improve those initiatives. I'm looking at active travel, transit improvements, as well as sidewalk widening to support our businesses and overall public life within those core corridors. With the recent direction from Council on Gastown, we are advancing a public space plan that will really look at the roles of the streets, laneways, and special places within the neighborhood as a whole. Also with Council direction, we are excited to work with our partners for piloting some car-free Water Street options within the corridor. Looking at what we can do this summer, maybe seasonally, what are the options for this, and how do we work together in a really meaningful way with our partners. We'll also continue to advance and deliver key repairs, both within the sidewalks and the roadways, as well as Trounce Alley. These works are underway and we'll continue to deliver those over the coming years. The Granville Street Planning Program, with that, council asked staff to be bold, like to look at our streets, look at the entertainment district, and be as bold as possible, be creative and get out there and really try things with our partners. So this project, our teams will be working together to see how can we start to layer and create scales of opportunities for the entertainment district to have daytime use, evening use, music, performances, special events, bringing in and like elaborating on the public life experience through their really embracing a patio culture within this area, all while maintaining our high quality transit service at a regional scale through here. There'll be a number of pilots that we can use to really explore the opportunities within the current land use and also as we advance for future land use changes. So I'll be looking at a number of the ways that we are using our public space in different ways. So how do they fit together? It's all about balancing, finding the pieces, what's working well together, what's seasonally appropriate, what are those year-round uses that we want to advance and just continue for our partners to continue to have access to. So first I'll look at how we are serving our communities. I have to start with saying we have some of the most incredibly talented and committed community partners. Our public spaces just wouldn't be what they are without our community partners. My gratitude is deep and profound for everything that they do for our city. We work with the BIAs, local businesses, our social service partners, as well as cultural communities. Through those partnerships, we are delivering, maintaining, and activating these public spaces to really become core parts of our structure as a whole. In particular this year, we are focusing on a few very specific communities. With the urban Indigenous community, we're at the real beginning of our learning of how important it is for spaces for healing and grieving. We'll advance those works with the local host nations, but really we want to emphasize how much our learning is in the beginning part of this, and we have a lot to learn as we move forward for a city of reconciliation. We're also working with Punjabi Market in Chinatown to advance different ways for meaningful cultural expression and visibility out within the public realm. When looking at our public spaces, we currently have 24 plazas. I would like to note that during the pandemic, we did 20 pop-up plazas, with the majority of them being quite successful. So we're transitioning out from those being considered kind of a pandemic response into like really neighborhood integrated, meaningful spaces. We have 13 parklets as well as 12 social service parklets. Similar to the plazas, those parklets with our social service providers began during the pandemic as a way of supporting their core services with all of the health restrictions. They've been so successful that we're transitioning those over to remain in place with a number of improvements already delivered. This year and next, our focus will be for 2 additional plazas, one in South Vancouver, 3 upgrades of those existing current plazas, as well as 3 plazas going into redesign. That will include Chinatown Memorial Square, Maple Tree Square within Gastown, as well as Main and 14th. Blood Alley is nearing completion within Gastown. That should be open for the public to enjoy this summer. And as I mentioned earlier, Butte Robson Plaza will be moving into construction starting next year. Public events. This is our real big year to support the event industry as a whole. Last year, we did issue in engineering over 300 event permits. With council direction, we've been working with our event organizers to find efficiencies and different ways to support and improve that process. We have a number of pieces underway, and we can continue to hear requests and suggestions from our event organizers so that we can really streamline and progress in a meaningful way on that. We are tracking to have over 200 events this summer alone, and we're hoping with our continued event efficiencies and improvements, we can see even more. Council, we will be sharing more information with council soon on those improvements underway. Now looking at how we manage our public realm. Plaza stewardship is a core piece of our work. That's creating management plans and working with our partners. Our role is around micro-cleaning and seasonal cleaning and really meeting our partners where they're at, so building that capacity on their end and supporting a number of community-led initiatives. With our increased operating budget this year, we are increasing our service levels for cleaning within the plazas. Street horticulture, we have thousands of assets across the city, a number of volunteers and places that they are seen and enjoyed. With the budget increase this year, we are increasing our service levels, as well as it's allowing us to renovate and replant a number of those deteriorating planting beds, and that work in itself will help us save on operating budgets, operating costs overall. So we're seeing a real noticeable increase in that service. Graffiti management, important part of our work of keeping the public realm clean and usable. In addition to our contract, we do have a free paint program and a community paint out program. That's different ways for the cities to support community initiatives to keep their neighborhoods clean, including a upcoming event on June 17th. We are supporting a number of the partners that are organizing that. Also, over last year with council direction, we did start a graffiti art wall pilot. We partnered with street artists to really explore, like, what would that look like and how could we do that? That's in place, and we're in the progress of learning, like, what does success look like for that? How do we manage that? What is the city's role for something like that? So we'll be bringing forward more information for council's consideration as we continue to progress that pilot. Now, looking at business uses and curbside management, filming, really exciting big partners for us. It's an important piece of our economy within British Columbia. City of Vancouver strives to be the best place, and we want to see more film productions coming here to choose our beautiful city to film in. Last year, we had over 1,000 film days, and we're continuing to work with the partners to advance that. Patio program. At the beginning of the pandemic, council asked staff to figure out a quick and temporary way to help the restaurants stay afloat through that process. It's emerged into a really well ongoing, strong program. Pleased to say, I feel like Vancouver is starting to emerge with a patio culture. And so this year in particular, we've worked even more to speed up our approval times, including a really easy renewal process. We're improving our traffic management approach as a number of the patios are on high streets. And this summer, we'll be getting the engagement for the patio review program, looking at some really important pieces on that. That will continue through the fall, and we'll report back to council. Public bike share, Moby's become a staple for a number of, for our residents as a whole. We've logged over 4.5 million trips to date and over 700 equity members using the program. Exciting pieces have progressed over the last year in particular, with Moby adding 500 e-bikes into the fleet, as well as expanding the station area. They've expanded their equity program, and we're pleased to share that Moby is working on the first shared regional expansion of an integrated public bike share out to UBC. With council direction, we are working also to expand our tools, like our options for shared mobility, including a shared e-scooter pilot. The work is underway, and that pilot will be informed by best practices, as well as engagement with a number of key stakeholders. We are going to be releasing that RFP later this year, and we will have future touch points with council on specifics on that. Number of the tools and uses that I've just talked about rely or would be bettered with actual access to electrification. So we are working to build out a network of power connections across the city that could support food trucks, events, filming. It also offers access to electrification for pieces like decorative lighting and cultural expression, which is a really important piece. This is a net addition of the network that we're looking at doing and supporting some of our partners to transition over to renewable clean energy. Final piece that I'll talk about within curbside management is parking management. Within that, we do have paid parking. Paid on-street parking. We have about 7,000 aging parking meters that are being replaced to pay stations. We do recognize that the parking meters actually are de facto bike parking as well. And so we've been working to ensure that as we transition from the parking meter to a pay station, that we're retrofitting the parking meters to bike parking or replacing with net new bike parking at the same time, so that those are really rolling out in sync together. We have over 400 600 bike racks that have been placed, as well as we're working towards 800 pay stations to be installed and out in the public realm. There's a lot here, and we just wanted to take this as a chance to introduce a number of the tools that we do use to activate and bring and support our communities using our public space as we look at our streets to be these people spaces, to support mobility, to support businesses, to support cultural expression. We ask a lot, and we're looking and just really shifting our streets to be to people spaces with intention. It's all about finding balances and bringing the pieces together that can really elevate and support our community as a whole. So with that, Paul and I and our teams are available for any questions or discussion.
Great. Thanks very much, Lisa and Paul. First questions are from Councillor Kirby-Young. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Can I move for a second round off the bat? Great, thank you. So first of all, thanks for the very fulsome update. This has all my goodies in it, so hence, in fact, I've got a lot of questions, and it covers a lot. My first question is on e-scooters, and that was, you talked about the RFP launch date, but I'd like to get a bit more specificity about when we could actually see a program on the street. It's been years. We had the opportunity to do this several times. Council went back and forth, and we could have done this in 2020. Now it's 2023. We're launching an RFP at the end of the year. When might we actually see a shared e-scooter program on the streets?
So we're working on the RFP to be issued out and just really understanding like kind of where's the market at, how can it fit within our needs, what are we asking for that e-scooter to add to our mobility system. Depending on kind of the response that we get from the RFP, we would transition as quickly as possible over to implementing and seeing the e-scooters out.
So could we see it in hypothetically in spring 2024? Because I also heard too that we're trying to be incredibly detailed with this RFP, so we're taking the best part of a year to put it out. And then I think staff in a previous update said that that will enable us to do implementation more quickly if the RFP was detailed. But I'm trying to zero that down because what I'm hearing is Vancouver's taking a lot more time up front. Other cities have done that, some have not. But what does that actually mean in terms of getting them out there? Like, could it be spring next year?
We're working as quickly as we can. Our RFP is also going to be informed by jurisdictional learning. So looking at other municipalities that did have the systems out and the learnings and adjustments that they're doing through that in a really good way to allow us to have the most successful way to do that.
Not to say whether or not we would hit the season for next year?
It depends on the partnership that and who comes forward with the RFP, but I understand the importance of a timely action after the RFP is received.
Great. I was in Montreal. I had the chance to attend with the Mayor's Council the tour for the rapid bus implementation of Montreal, which was really a phenomenal opportunity to see that in action. And we saw that along running on sort of the east-west routes, and it's phenomenal with the infrastructure they have, watching the buses sail by and the stations that are built up at level. I know TransLink is looking at 6 potential routes in our region. Where are we at on our side in terms of evaluating the potential for that on something like Hastings to help take the cars off the road and move people faster in a congested area and address that 40% of emissions?
Yeah, one of the big focuses of the mayor's 10-year vision, the TransLink mayor's 10-year vision, was to start to introduce BRT within the region as kind of the hopefully lower cost, quicker implementation version of rapid transit. There's kind of a spectrum in terms of transit from local service to express service to BRT. So TransLink is in the process right now of kind of putting together what BRT might look like in the region on a corridor basis, and then starting to look at prioritizing corridors. So we're going to be continuing to work with them on, streets like Hastings.
Are we championing Hastings? Are we bullish on pushing that as an option?
Well, definitely bullish on improving transit service on Hastings, and we want to work through with TransLink what that might look like if that was BRT, what might that look like if that was improved rapid bus.
Okay, I'll just reflect back that it was phenomenal to see it in action, and I think that could make a world of difference to that east-west corridor. Pedestrianization. Also in Montreal, they have 10 commercial arteries that are they're going fully pedestrian in the summertime. And they also, if you go along things like Plateau Montreal, for any of that know it, I think looking at their option for across the city of Vancouver, and as we consider Gastown, it's phenomenal. And what they've done for pedestrianizing, it's really interesting, is you see sort of a long extension, but they have cross streets in a residential area, so it'll be pedestrianized. And they have very elegant, simple kind of metal bollards. Doesn't look like it's a lot of infrastructure. It looks like it was put up quickly, but then the residential cars sort of flow through and pedestrians keep flowing. Have we looked at the options to do something like that in Gastown, given the concerns around keeping that residential or loading access?
Maybe I'll start this and then I can pass it to Lisa Parker. But we, yeah, definitely Gastown, there's a lot of options. There's a lot of things we're going to need to look at with that from a transportation and access point of view, including the lanes to the north of Water Street and how we maintain access to those. So, yeah, definitely we're looking at other cities, other pedestrianized streets. And when we talk about pedestrianized streets, often they have various levels of vehicles within them. So those are all things we're going to be looking at through the Gastown Public Space
I'll
Plan.
cede my next question. I probably won't get an answer this round, but sidewalks were 80% complete. How long to get to the extra 20? And I know that on arterials or sort of large streets, we're building wider. Do we have a wider standard? And how long will it take us to get to the next 20% of sidewalks built out?
Sorry, we are at time.
So you can come back on that one.
Councillor Fry.
Thanks. And I wish I kept track of who was saying who, so I don't have you guys jumping up and down, but I have lots of questions. Starting with the active transportation routes and sort of completing some of those gaps. I mean, I think on the Portside Greenway map, you even showed the gnarliest part of it between Clark and Lakewood as dotted, which I'm assuming means it's not going to be completed as part of this. How are we prioritizing? Then Kent Avenue is another big one that we hear about all the time.
So Portside, you have Wall Street on one end and kind of Alexander on the other. That middle bit on Powell Street is the tricky bit. So we're doing technical work right now to understand, like, can we redesign that street to accommodate the Greenway through there? If we don't do that, what would that alternate route look like? And that's going to be one of the key parts of technical analysis and engagement moving forward.
It's definitely the hairiest, and I think Councillor Dominato would probably agree with me because I know she rides from that area too.
And we see, and like right now, we kind of have a detour around that area with the bike network. The problem is we still see people riding on the sidewalks there because it's by far the most direct route. I haven't seen you riding on the sidewalk there.
Oh, well. Okay, I mean, I would love to see some like priorities around making those gaps, because I think that's one of the barriers to using your active greenways is gaps in the route, and then it just sort of, it's otherwise great, but okay, moving along. Moby, and how do we prioritize new Moby stations, and are we considering sort of attaching them to transit hubs so that we're kind of adding them along the Canada line and stuff, which I've become a huge Moby guy.
That's great to hear. The Moby stations are really located by opportunity, so we do like to cluster them and have a number of options together. So like they're within hundreds of meters of each other. So like if you show up, you can really ensure that you've got options. Specifically, there is an incredibly detailed amount of public engagement to accepting those. So we have distributed them across the city. If we hit any kind of pulse points of concerns, then we try to shift that around as quickly as possible. So we are looking at how can we actually start to create destination partnerships, something like to transit key destinations of downtown, Granville Island, pieces like that. So really trying to think about how the Moby is feeding into other mobility pieces.
I would love to see a strategy around transit, because I find it's great for that last mile for connecting me. Like I can find transit more accessible. So like looking at like 49th Avenue Station, connecting to Langara, connecting to Punjabi Market, opportunities like that. Do we have strategic contemplations around transit specifically?
Great suggestion, and we can bring that back to our partnerships with Moby. Often around transit, there is a lot of pressure for how we actually, for the use of those streets within there. So being opportunistic is unfortunately what we do have to do to find space, but we can take that back and ensure that we are looking more closely at specific transit hubs.
Okay. And on the subject of major transit stations, I hear a lot from folks, in particular at Main Street Science World, also at Broadway Commercial, about just general cleanliness of the public realm, recognizing that there's a TransLink side of it, but there's also our side of it, and lack of garbage cans, too many people, too much graffiti, just too much stuff happening, and it doesn't seem to be. Do we target transit?
And from the general public, it doesn't matter if it's TransLink land or city land, we know we need to work together. So through like, a good example, while not looking specifically at what you talked about as far as around Science World, but working with our partners for graffiti management. A good example is in Chinatown, working with BC Hydro for removing graffiti on their assets so that where we're putting our effort, it's actually being seen and felt with intention for the public. And we can continue to work with our partners with TransLink to ensure that we have those same partnerships and focuses.
So with litter receptacles in particular, and I know that wasn't really covered in here, but it is sort of part of the public street realm, and certainly where we see confluence of transit and like fast food places and Starbucks and all that kind of stuff, it does seem to beget a disproportionate amount of litter. Do we look at that context and specifically?
We do, and there's incredible opportunities with our existing street furniture contract, and what in the upcoming street furniture contract is to really ensure that we are delivering the needed amenities for different locations. So something like transit hubs, ensuring that we have proper litter receptacles is an important piece that we can fully integrate and expand in our upcoming street furniture contract.
Is there a responsibility when it comes to like permitting these kind of uses, like fast food places? Okay, we know it's going to generate litter. Do we tie that into the permitting process at all?
We don't currently, but I think that's an interesting thing for city staff to take away and look a little bit closer at.
Okay, I'm going to come back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much. Yeah, this is a bit like going to the candy store for council. So thank you very much. All sorts of great things here. So I'll start way back at the beginning of your presentation around traffic fatalities and pedestrian safety and Vision Zero. Just out of curiosity, of that numbers, which is it's terrific to see the number going down, trending down. But of the 14 in 2022, for example, how many of those were pedestrian fatalities? I think these are aggregate numbers, including cycles and possible car accidents and what have you, right?
Yeah, they are aggregate number. Sorry, if you can give me.
While you're looking that up, just a general question. I know that there have been in the past some aggressive promotional and awareness campaigns in partnership with the VPD. One of the things that I think that the statistics would show that pedestrian fatalities are largely happening in the fall and early winter when we get that really the visibility goes sliding down really badly. Are we concentrating our efforts and continuing to do those kinds of awareness campaigns, especially in that sort of fall and winter period where people just literally can't see because of the rain on their windshield or whatever?
Yeah, absolutely. So about 60% of the fatalities were pedestrians. This is something that we have really been focused on in terms of all of our safety work is vulnerable road users, particularly, people walking and cycling. Pedestrians continue to be the highest number of fatalities and really the focus of our safety work. And every year we do work with our comms group and with VPD on a campaign to raise awareness for drivers to look out more for pedestrians and for everyone to be aware of what's happening on the streets.
Wear more high visibility clothing and what have you, of course. I want to just talk, there's been some exciting numbers around the mode share shift that we're seeing, but I intuitively, and I think there are some evidence for it, we have so many more vehicles on the roads. Like I think of a Saturday afternoon shopping, it's just gridlock everywhere in the city, it feels like. Are we seeing, do we have numbers to kind of track the relative number of vehicles that are actually on the road, including EVs? Obviously, we've got gas vehicles, but
Yes, we have a number of data sources. What I was showing was our panel survey or our Vancouver Transportation Survey, I guess. That is a survey of Vancouver residents. We also have a series of permanent counters around the city where we count vehicles going past, and we do kind of regular counts. So we keep an eye on vehicle volumes and bike volumes where we can, aside from the panel survey.
Okay. I know that we've got north-south transit with Canada Line, and we've got sort of across town through SkyTrain, but I'm just wondering how much that is impacting the amount of vehicle traffic. I feel like that both are, the SkyTrain and the Canada Line are great services, but they're both very busy right now, and I just sense that the number of vehicles on the roads continues to go up, so I'm not sure how we address that. I just want to talk about I have a question around the street furniture. I'm just curious as to the timing. We didn't talk about it specifically, but I know that it has a lot to do with the activation of our street. Do we know when we're going to be revisiting that in terms of our supplier in there?
Yeah, so we are nearing the end of the existing contract, and it is a significant contract for the city in a number of different ways. With the pandemic, we did have some delays, so we will need to do an extension for the existing one, a short term, to allow us to gear up for that contract. And so we are looking at about, I'll awkwardly look at Margaret. A year? Okay, yeah, so we're advancing that.
Okay, since I have you standing here, I'm going to talk about the plazas. First of all, thanks a lot for the great work staff did in making some changes to the Fraser Street Plaza at 27th. Have we considered possibly putting public art pieces or pieces that would activate those plazas that, that kids could play at or take photos in front of or something like that?
Absolutely. So our plaza started really like kind of grabbing the space from vehicles and seeing how they could be used. Now we're looking at doing upgrades to those. And a number of those upgrades could be improved furniture, weather protection, but also really integrating, I would call playful pieces, as well as artistic expressions and everything. I think that's a really important piece for each plaza to emerge having neighborhood character. And that's something that we would do with our partners and continue to do.
So I'm at time, but I'm going to give up my first of many plugs for the June 17th Vancouver Beautification Day for graffiti. Thank you very much, staff, for that. Thank you.
Okay, and we do have a second round, Councillor Klassen, so you can come back on if you need to. Councillor Joe.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Lots of great information here. Thank you. So my question here is, there are some ideas in the community saying that if we build more bike lane, people will be coming here, riding their bicycle. So I think in the past 10 years, we have built a lot of bike lanes. I really want to see, more people coming out and riding a bicycle. But from slide number 12, I believe, looks like the number of people cycling remain roughly the same, about 7%. Do we know why is that? It seems like not aligned with the ideas from the community.
So, mode shift does take quite a long time, and that's why we've been looking at it kind of over that long period, and why we do data points every year, because our surveys aren't 100% accurate either. I think if we look over that longer term, if you look between 2013 and 2019 pre-pandemic, we saw kind of a doubling of the cycling mode shares, so our investments in cycling did really seem to be working. The pandemic blew all sorts of transportation movement into a whole new world, right? So we're seeing what recovery looks like, but we are seeing that cycling mode share, that cycling percentage significantly increasing again. So we're not quite back at where we were in 2019, but we are approaching that, and we're going to see what happens over the next year or two as we continue to build new and better all ages and abilities cycling facilities.
Okay, so to follow up that question, I saw the number 2013 was 4%, 2014 was 5%, but all of a sudden going to 7%, 8%, 9%. So would you see maybe, 10% or 7% will be the cap of the people who prefer cycling?
So cycling is a really good mode for kind of those medium distance trips. Like our land use planning and building good pedestrian trips covers a lot of those near distance trips within, a kilometer or two. Cycling is a really good mode to get people up to about 5 kilometers, and then transit is great for kind of those longer distance trips. And as we do surveys of Vancouver residents, and it's kind of the same around the world, we see there's a large percentage of people who are interested in cycling, they just don't feel safe and comfortable doing that. And that's why we've been really focused on the All Ages and Abilities Cycling Network, so that we have a network that appeals to those people who don't feel comfortable on busier streets riding their bike, and to give them the opportunity to cycle for those trips. So we expect there still is a lot of room to grow the cycling mode share if we continue to invest in facilities that feel safe and comfortable for everybody.
Okay, thanks. I might have more questions about cycling, but I'm going to ask that later. So the other question is there a plan to increase more pedestrian-controlled signals?
Yes, so we have a signal program. We roll out signals every year. We also achieve some signals through the development work. And we base where we put a new signal based on a number of criteria in terms of how hard it is to cross the street, how close it is to other pedestrian signals, what destinations are nearby, what the demand is to cross, things like that. So we roll out
There is a plan, yeah.
new signals every year.
Okay, thanks. The other question is, as a parent with a small little baby, I find sometimes it's really difficult to, some of the sidewalk is very difficult for the wheelchairs and for the strollers. So is there a plan to improve the accessibility and retrofit all those sidewalks?
So we have funding for sidewalk rehabilitation every year. We presented a little bit about this during the accessibility strategy. Unfortunately, our funding to repair sidewalks probably isn't enough to actually replace the deterioration of sidewalks. So it's something we're going to continue to look at in kind of capital planning, how we can increase that.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Last question is to follow up Councillor Clausen's question regarding the street furnitures. So is there any plan to, working with our vendors to increase more bathrooms on the street?
I'm sorry, I missed the question. I
Oh, yeah,
apologize.
so about the street furnitures, is there a plan to work with our vendors to increase the number of bathrooms on the street?
Oh, the bathrooms, yes. So looking at that, that will be a key part of the street furniture contract, is looking at actually how we do have public washrooms out in the street right of way and how they would be managed depending on the location.
Okay, so it will be a key considerations for the contract renewal?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. That's all my question.
Thanks, Councillor Joe. Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much. Good questions asked by fellow councillors. To follow up on one of Councillor Joe's questions around the targets around cycling. What is our target? I mean, it went to 9%, but ultimately, I'm sort of thinking of cities in Europe. Yeah, they're flatter, but we've got electric bikes, and Amsterdam, Copenhagen, they're at 50% or more. So what is our target ultimately?
So we don't have an explicit target for each mode within Transportation 2040. It's kind of that overall shift to sustainable mode, walk, bike, and transit. We do think there's still significant opportunity to grow that, cycling as a way for people to get around as we kind of connect that network of all ages and abilities facilities kind of further out across the city.
So when you say you have no specific target, do you mean within the realm of non-vehicular options or modes? It's moving all of them so that we get to what overall percent for all of them?
Yeah, so it's the goal. The original Transportation 2040 goal was 2/3 of all trips, so 66%. 67% of all trips by walk, bike, and transit. At that point, we were thinking that cycling, I think, was going to be about 12% of that. But kind of as we move forward and we see how we can best use the different modes, that may go up and transit may go down. It wasn't kind of that specific, other than that's where we thought we might be.
Do you think that there are particular demographics that relate to that? I mean, I'm seeing more youth, for example, cycling, and more senior people taking the bus, for example, or taking transit. So are we considering that kind of targeting? And that would mean potentially targeting school-age kids in terms of getting them involved in cycling, not just by having the routes, but cycling education. Can we get, somebody should donate free bikes to people, kids who need them. I don't know, how do we get that mode shift to go up?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a number of factors. There's infrastructure, and we talk a lot about that, but our transportation demand management plan really looks at all those non-infrastructure components and looks at ways that we can help people understand how they can better get around by walking, cycling, and transit. We have a really robust transit network in Vancouver, lots of high-frequency buses. Sometimes it's just people learning about that. We target schools and working with schools to educate kids when they're kind of exploring the world and understanding how they can get around, to get around by walk, bike, and transit. These have all been really successful, and it's all work that we want to continue to move ahead.
I'm going to shift to transit. I'm a West Ender, and it's been frustrating and talking to people in the West End to see TransLink decrease the frequency of the number 5, number 7 route, or number 5, number 6 routes there, from, I think it was 3 minutes at one point to 8 or 9 minutes, and sometimes they don't even come within that time. How do we pressure TransLink, especially in areas that have really high non-car use already, to not abandon things like transit, which I'm seeing. I'm worried about happening.
So maybe at a high level, TransLink has been hit with really substantial budget issues because that ridership has fallen, and they're back. They're recovering faster than any other city in North America, basically, but they're still only back at like 80 to 84%. So what they've tried to do is figure out where they can best allocate service to kind of reduce their costs. So what that means is, as transit's recovered, we're seeing them have to adjust route frequency to kind of meet the.
I know it's difficult, but anyway, I'm going to shift a bit. I'm going to probably come back on, but I do want to talk about the public realm. And I have some questions there, maybe as a heads up, because I don't think I have enough time for the questions right now. I'm really interested in the film days you talked about, and power drops, and also about adopting trees in the public realm, residents taking care of trees so they don't die.
That's just a little preview for you, Paul.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dominato.
Sorry.
No worries.
Okay, thank you, staff. Sorry, a little distracted. I want to follow up on the subject of topic my colleague raised, Councillor Clausen, around the subject of congestion. And if staff could give maybe high level a sense of what conversations are taking place at the staff level regionally around dealing with congestion, not only just in the city of Vancouver, but across the region. The provincial minister of transportation has indicated that there's no appetite or interest to go back to any kind of toll model across the region. So what does that conversation look like, given that we're not the only city struggling with congestion? Can you just give us kind of a high level?
So in terms of congestion in Vancouver, we have a congestion management strategy. A lot of it relies on a lot of the similar approaches to Transportation 2040, which is figuring out how we can keep those sustainable modes reliable. We're actually still seeing motor vehicle volumes reduced since pre-pandemic, kind of depending on where you are. It's between about 5 and 15%. A lot of the region isn't seeing that. So what I'm hearing from some of my colleagues in other municipalities is actually they're seeing higher vehicle volumes than pre-pandemic levels. So it kind of depends on where you are. One of the big things that the region is looking at right now, based on the Metro climate work, is kind of looking at how we can really reduce emissions from light duty vehicles, from cars and like, and to reduce the emissions by that 65%, I believe, it's going to take a lot of work, and could include a number of different strategies to try to reduce the amount of cars that are driving, or at least gas vehicles that are driving. So we're working with them to figure out what that looks like, to figure out what tools we have to reduce emissions, and that may have different associated benefits, including around congestion.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate that. I have a few more granular questions. I want to circle back. So Councillor Fry had started on the subject of active transportation. He touched on Portside. Kent, I think you referenced. Could you just update us in terms of the planning for Kent Street in particular, that network? And is there funding within the existing 4-year capital plan for that? Or is that something that we need to look at for the upcoming 4-year capital plan?
So Kent is definitely one of the routes that's been on our list for quite a long time. So we're in the process of scoping out what that process would look like. It has a lot of challenges, so it's taking a little bit longer to get going with that.
Okay. And so would that need to see an investment in the next four-year capital plan to advance that work?
Kind of depends where, like, it kind of depends where we land, right? We have $38 million, I believe, in our active transportation corridors bucket, and that will be invested in a number of projects. We're also expecting to get additional cost sharing from senior levels of government. So we might be able to allocate some of that additional funding to some of our active transportation programs. So in terms of where we are, we're still very early in the capital plan. So we'll see kind of what we need to invest in. In terms of the active mobility plan that I showed briefly and will be sending to council, that's definitely not funded right now. It's a lot of work to upgrade a number of corridors to AAA standards. So that's something where the map is kind of showing what we think we would need to do to meet our climate emergency action plan targets, not kind of what we are able to deliver with current funding.
Okay, thank you. And I know there's been a conversation provincially and federally as well around better support for municipalities in that area. I want to shift to the neighborhood traffic management plan. Appreciate the update on the two first neighborhoods that are part of that. So last year, you kind of reinitiated that program. So can we anticipate that in the next year, we'll see a couple of more neighborhoods prioritized for looking at traffic management, calming? Is that how, like, can you just sort of give an overview of how that's going to work?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we reported back to council with recommendations on the neighborhood traffic management program, we flagged that we had outstanding commitments in the Strathcona neighborhood and the Hastings Sunrise Adanac overpass area, and we're kind of working through those. We're kind of still streamlining the process, so it's not going quite as quickly as we'd like, and particularly the Hastings Sunrise area is kind of tricky with the overpass and everything. We also identified what the next couple neighborhoods would be based on a number of criteria, and those were, I'm going to forget what we're calling it, but Renfrew, kind of between Nanaimo and
Sorry,
Renfrew.
Paul, we are at time.
I have more questions. I'll come back on.
Yeah, we got another round. Thank you. Okay, I'm up. I had a question about, well, my first question actually is about street furniture. I walked through the Robson Street Plaza quite a bit behind the art gallery. And I'm noticing, and I have been noticing, that the tables and chairs keep disappearing. So just wondering, are we planning to replace those? And is there a way that we could ensure that they don't get stolen?
So within our street furniture as a whole across the city, we use a number of different tools. What you're talking about is what we call like our bistro tables that are movable. One thing that we've really heard is the importance of people to be able to kind of like move the furniture around to sit in the sunny spot or the shady spot or something like that. An aspect of that is there's just like turnover of that furniture. So I think a key part is for us to have a replacement plan to ensure that they're well maintained. And when they do unfortunately get rehomed, ensuring that we have a way of actually like replacing those quickly. We don't choose things that are very expensive. We look for durability, but like trying to find it as cheap as possible. And our partners do bring the furniture in and out with that for us.
Okay, so I think right now there's like one table and one chair, frankly. How much do those bistro sets cost?
Let me look into that. We can look into that and get back for
They
more
look
detailed
expensive.
information.
They look expensive. Okay, so what's the replacement plan?
So the Robson's, like the 800 Robson side, so we have both sides. We have the north side, which is the Shuklanook side. That's where you usually see the orange chairs and tables. And then on the 800 Robson side, with the residential school memorial recently being closed out, we are returning to like our full programming for that. And so we are going to be gearing up and bringing out a lot of furniture on that side. And then I think with that, we'll be looking and ensuring that the north side and Shuklanook side has the proper tables and furniture for the summer.
Okay. Has there been any thought to having someone in the evening come and collect those and maybe wind them up with a lock, for example?
We do work with the art gallery and try to have a reasonable ask for their role within the plaza. And so we do pull them together. They don't really walk away that much. So I think it's really been around the residential school memorial has just really occupied that space. And so the furniture has been more on the north side. And so I think now we'll be able to have a bit more of a balanced use on both sides.
Okay. So no.
No.
No city staff is going out to lock those up at night.
Not at a daily level.
Okay, thank you. Next question is around bus bulbs. Hi, Paul. So I've heard some complaints around the bus bulbs being temporary. I understand they're usually asphalt, and then there's a space between the curb and the actual bus bulb. And what's happening is water is running through that channel, and it's getting caught up with leaves and all sorts of things, and then that's causing flow of water around the bus bulb. Just wondering, do we have plans to make those permanent as opposed to temporary?
Yeah, the idea behind the interim bus bulbs was that we could get something in place, fairly quickly, relatively inexpensively. We could, have the transit benefit and try out the location. That means that we aren't adjusting the drainage, so you have to have that, as you said, the channel for water to run through. The goal would be, if they're successful, to transition them to a permanent bus bulb over time, and we're talking to TransLink about that in a number of places.
Okay. Is that something that TransLink would fund, or is it the city?
It kind of depends on the location. TransLink, the bus bulbs are really important for TransLink on a lot of corridors, so they are definitely going to commit some funding to them, and we're sorting out exactly what those costs will look like.
Okay, great. And then my other question was, and I actually sent an email about this morning. I don't know if you had a chance to see it yet. Pedestrian advance signals. So there's a few intersections downtown where the pedestrian crossing signal comes on before the traffic signal. And I think it just really helps with safety from my perspective as a pedestrian. Just wondering if we're planning on installing more of those and what the cost is to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. So we call those leading pedestrian intervals. So we did about 30 of them in the last 2 years, and we prioritize locations that have high turning volumes, that have high pedestrian volumes, where we see there's that increased chance of conflict, particularly where we can do it without kind of significant impacts to the rest of the network. So, we plan to keep rolling those out at about those levels where there's an opportunity. There's a bunch of analysis that kind of goes into how we retime those. So it's really mostly about staff time and existing resources.
Okay, but there's no cost associated with it apart from staff time?
There's not a significant cost. It's mostly staff time.
Okay, great. I'm at time. Thank you very much. Councilor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. I have a few more questions, but that really struck me, sorry, that last comment around when street furniture is rehomed. Why are we not just calling a spade and saying that it's stolen? Because it sounds
Sorry.
like we're accepting.
No, sorry, it's when it does come to plaza management, we have, there's just a built-in model of things that do get stolen. We do try to choose furniture that is durable and that isn't going to be easily stolen. Picnic tables is a great example. Picnic tables, we do to actually tie those down. Sorry, I wasn't saying it in a dismissive way, but I understand how that was.
Yeah,
held
no,
that way.
I appreciate that because I think if we're investing in public space, we also need to invest in the expectation that the citizens are good public stewards. So I think calling that out is important, but I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Starting back on the sidewalk question that I had asked last time, how long would it take to get to the extra, I know this comes up all the time, the extra 20% of sidewalks was the first part of the question, and the second being, are all sidewalks that are being put in going to the wider standard or just on the larger streets, and why?
So at the current rate of investment, if we were only building new sidewalks through the capital program, we looked at that through the accessibility work, and it looked like it was going to be centuries.
Centuries?
Yeah, I think it was 400 years. The reality is we get a lot of new sidewalk through development as well. Definitely most of our new sidewalk is delivered through development. And if you look at our capital plan, I think something like 70 million, we expect to get about 70 million of transportation assets through development every year. So it's, the big question is, are those new sidewalks really delivering sidewalks where we need them?
Will we see, on that note, just because I want to keep going for time, will we see information coming back from staff with options in the capital plan around here's where we think the hotspot areas are and here's where we're underfunded, so that council could consider that as part of a capital prioritization if we chose to do it? Like if we're looking at scenarios we can bring forward that's like, this is what we think, or like, this is what we'd love to amplify, this is what we're getting through development, here's the gap.
Yeah, we can definitely take that away and talk with our finance colleagues about that.
Okay. That would be great. On patios, part of the past direction from council, and I know you said that there's work underway that's starting shortly, was to review the fees that Vancouver is charging the restaurants relative to other cities to see how we benchmarked. I don't recall that coming back to council yet. Can you remind me where we are on that?
So that'll be a part of our patio review program that the engagement will start this summer. We wanted to wait, we didn't want to kick off the engagement right at the beginning of the patio season. So that engagement will include design, fees, and different, and pieces around accessibility. So after the engagement later this fall, we'll be sharing information back to
Part of
council.
that work, and we'll get a competitive set of how Vancouver's expensive or not.
Absolutely, we'll be looking at a jurisdictional comparison as well.
Okay, perfect. On electrification, with respect to the film kiosks and thinking about the one that was put in with a lot of enthusiasm, and kudos to Councillor Carr for championing that, but the one at Terminal. Spoke with some folks from the event sector that have indicated, I don't know if this is correct or not, that they don't necessarily have access to them, but if they could be multifunctional, it could be amazing for small events, supporting some of our folks that want to do kind of some of the smaller arts and culture independent operators. Is that correct? Like, do they have access? Can they have access, like technically, functionally?
Let me ask about those specific 3 kiosks. Jody? Yes.
Hi, I'm Jody Shabib, Acting Branch Manager, Film and Special Events. Regarding the kiosks, absolutely, they can be used by special event groups.
They can, okay.
Yeah.
Is there any proactive work that we are doing with Fest or with event folks or the cultural community to make them aware that that's an option?
Nothing proactive at the moment, but we are going into a consultative process with the event industry, and this would be mentioned at that point.
Okay, that's great, because I had heard, I think there was a bit of a misunderstanding, so that's good to clear up, but I had heard folks that there'd be a lot of interest in multi-purposing and using those, so appreciate that. And then my other one is really on, with respects to the public plazas and the number around, we're building out a couple of new ones this year as reference to the Butte Greenway, recently the South Granville. Do we expect to see a similar trajectory? Will we see additional new plazas coming forward in proposal as we look at, I know we've got a 4-year capital plan, but can we deliver more new ones next year?
So this coming year, we are looking at doing the plaza upgrades within 3 of the existing, and that's increasing the amenities, like improving the furniture style, adding in.
I saw those, but I'm wondering, will we be able to do additional next year in 2024?
Yes, we will be able to continue to pilot additional spaces as well.
We'll keep adding.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much. With regards to the school zones and the other traffic calming that we've been doing and slowing things down, are we making any use of the flashing sign to tell you how fast you're going? Because I find that they are very effective sometimes in reminding people that they're going over speed limits.
Yeah, we have a few permanent ones. But we also have a number of portable ones that we use, working with, I think, community policing centers that we try to deploy. They tend to have the biggest effect kind of right after we put them out, and then kind of the response deteriorates. But yeah, I don't know if you have any. Winston might be able to add a little bit more.
I'm Winston Chow, I'm the manager of the Traffic and Data Management branch. Yes, what you're referring to are the speed reader boards. You've probably seen them around, they're mounted on the pole. Those are the permanent installations. As Paul mentioned, generally after the installation, we get some good compliance. People see the sign, they notice their speeds. Over time, there's a reduction in compliance and speeds generally return to what they were previously. We do work with police on enforcement, targeting locations. They have limited resources as well. In addition to that, yes, we do have portable ones that actually they're not city-owned, but we do work with ICBC and community policing to target locations. And it's a volunteer effort that goes out and install these things.
Would we be putting them in places like the Cornwall, for example, where we've got the speed changes going on and use them for more enforcement?
Yeah, so we haven't planned specifically to put speed reader boards on Cornwall, but it is certainly something that we're going to be looking at as part of reporting back to council on the suite of safety measures that were tasked for us to review and consider. in addition to just the speed reader boards itself, I mentioned enforcement. So we are going to be asking police to go out and target those 9 schools where we've reduced the speeds on arterials.
That's great. I have some more questions, but thank you very much for
Yeah.
that. I'm just going to move on to the Portside Greenway. What's the Burnaby connection intended? Is that just spitting out onto the end of McKay there?
It's Bridgeway.
Okay, okay. With regards to the Kent Street, I realize that right next to that is a rail bed. I assume that is owned by the railway and then we can't access it?
Oh, yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Is there any way we could negotiate a lease of some of that space, given that the rail itself is probably not used right now?
We have some small sections of rail corridor further east where we've negotiated a lease. It tends to be fairly expensive to do.
Okay.
It is something we could look at further.
Okay, that would be great. Just I think that connection between the river, sorry, I forgot the name. The southeast marine neighborhood.
The River District.
River District and Marine Gateway area. Thank you very much. Just with regards to the horticultural, and I've heard about volunteers, do we have any line of sight on how we're going to be able to encourage more volunteers? I'm thinking particularly seniors and other groups that might like to get together and maintain some of those areas.
We have a really robust Green Streets program with well over 700 volunteers. Many of them have been volunteering for decades. And so we do support in big, meaningful ways and also show our appreciation for their efforts. And so we continue to advertise the need for that and looking for the chance to partner any interested residents with green horticulture within their
Thank you
neighborhood.
very much. I'm going to plug June 17th, Vancouver Beautification one more time. I want everybody to be there for Saturday, on that Saturday to help paint graffiti. With regards to wall art, do we have a simple way to try and get more walls painted? I'm seeing some of the ones that are beautiful, but I can think of areas that could use them in the east side.
We have a mural program where private property owners could come forward, partnership with an artist, and we can support with the paint for the mural.
E-bikes, I think, are going to become the next revolution because, especially now with the rebate program the province announced, are we concerned about some of the speed rates that some of these vehicles are doing? I have seen them going pretty fast.
So the legal e-bikes are limited to, I believe it's like 27 or 28 kilometers per hour. We unfortunately are
Sorry,
seeing.
Councillor Klassen, we are at time. Right.
I'll give a little bit of my time for Paul to answer that. Thanks.
Yeah, we do see e-bikes and other electric devices that aren't legal. So that might be going faster. But if we look at the legal e-bikes that are permitted under provincial legislation, they're moving at a speed that's pretty comparable to cycling, unless it's like a big uphill, and then obviously the e-bike has the big advantage there.
So a couple more questions. So one, and I think I reflected to you or Lon that I had a conversation with Minister Fleming last year about the 30 kilometers per hour residential side streets and the notion that we had to put up a sign on every block of every street to make that happen. And the legal opinion from the province was that was not the case. And in fact, we could do kind of perimeter signage. Has there been any kind of new consideration around how we can implement that kind of approach?
Yeah, so we're planning on implementing kind of the gateway 30 kilometer per hour signage with our neighborhood traffic management plans. So I think that's going to be rolling out with the Strathcona neighborhood first. We'll kind of see how that works and see if there are any issues that we're not aware of, and then we would continue to try to roll that out to more communities.
Okay, so that informs the kind of community-based approach.
Yeah.
So we could make a gateway around the whole city in theory.
It's something we've talked about. There are questions about enforcement in all of these, and the big question that we could see in court is, is a driver appropriately warned about that speed limit? And there's probably a bunch of debate about whether speed limits around the whole city would meet that test.
Fair. Okay. Totally shifting gears. A bunch of us were at FCM this last week, and I saw in the trade show, saw an explosion in Internet of Things, smart city, RFID technology, using everything from like pumping water out of cisterns, from bioswales to pedestrian like safety implementation. And do we have a digital smart city kind of strategy with a lot of this work that we're doing with infrastructure?
So maybe I'll start. We're always looking at what tools we can use to meet our transportation goals and to improve safety. We try to keep up to speed on what technologies out there. We're trying to use the tools that are really helpful. Right now, we're starting to see like monitoring technologies, so being able to count and understand what's happening on the road network, advancing to the point that we're going to be able to use a lot more automated data collection there. I don't know if you have anything to add, Winston. Oh, and smart street lighting. Yeah, which can allow us to collect more data.
And comes in less expensive, is my understanding, a lot of this?
Yeah, I mean, the hope is we can understand a lot more about our transportation network with a lot less money invested in that.
Okay. Certainly, I think one of the interesting things I saw was pumping out cisterns like bioswale, cleaning water, them using it RFID to pump the water into trees that need the. Anyway, last bit for me, our upcoming RFP for new street furniture, again, seeing a lot of new technology coming out and opportunities for, rainwater sequestration, green roofs, RFID, smart tech. Is that part of our RFP looking at new street furniture contracts? Because you mentioned it was a big, significant piece.
Yes, Margaret Witkins, Deputy GM Engineering. We have an upcoming briefing plan where we can provide a lot more information about the street furniture contract process. And so some of these questions we can take away and provide more detailed insight at that point. But broadly, we are looking at this as a major opportunity to update what we can see out of that contract. So stay tuned is the...
Right, yeah, no, it's exciting times for a lot of this. I mean, it's also scary. Obviously, we heard the AI warnings that came from the experts this week, but seeing that this technology has really reduced the barriers, looking forward to seeing that in the update then. Thanks. That's it for me, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks. Just a couple of questions left. I gave heads up on that. But one on follow-up to Councillor Kirby-Young's around the film industry and the power drops. So let's just first go to that. I was at the opening or the announcement and the first placement of the power drop at the film industry site downtown or Chinatown, and there was a statement made to the media that we have a series of power drops that are going to be installed within the city over a fairly short period of time. I wonder if you could just give me and council a refresher on that.
So we have the 3 that were installed in the False Creek area. We have an additional one coming in the Shaughnessy area and another one coming in the Kerrisdale area. Those are identified as important, kind of popular filming areas with the film industry. And then as we continue to expand that network, as we hear more locations that would be really well used by the film industry, we'll continue to prioritize those.
Okay, and apropos also of the earlier question, I'm assuming that it's not just around the film industry, although that was the intent of the original motion I put forward. The motion got expanded to say for community use as well, which would mean food trucks, community events, etc.
Exactly, and some locations will be chosen based on different priorities. So some will be really prioritizing popular film areas, others will be prioritizing plazas where food trucks can join. So it'll be a system based on kind of the uses and how they can come together, but each one will have the opportunity to be used by multiple partners.
Right. Do you have a timeline for the kind of rollout of these?
Jody, do we have more specifics? Yeah. And we'll do one a year. Yeah, so the Kerrisdale and the Shaughnessy will be this year, and then we'll continue to progress each year on additional locations.
Okay, looking forward to hearing about those. I think the community would be interested too. A second question, also in the public realm. You've talked about 700 volunteers in the Green Streets program. That's a fabulous program, and I really thank all the volunteers and our staff for organizing those people. It's incredible. I'm wondering if we thought, because I've been very worried about the fact that we want to plant trees, we want to see the tree canopy increase, and climate change is wreaking havoc with the survival of many of the newly planted trees. We have adopted a catch basin. Are we thinking of adopting a tree program amongst those volunteers where they actually water those trees during, really drought-like times?
So during the chance when you kind of gave us the sneak peek to that question, we did check in with our colleagues at Park Board. The street trees would be their assets. So they are looking into that to see what the possibilities are. Comparing like our Adopt a Catch Basin, there's a lot of, it's a really formal established program. And so they're looking to see what would be the synergies for that. Like those are just two different infrastructure types in a bigger way, but they definitely understand that interest and are looking further into that.
Oh, that's good to hear. Okay, thanks. That's it for me. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I just have one more question here. So I think I heard from many people from the community, they want to participate and it really help for their neighborhood in terms of the beautification. So I think other city, they have the adopt a highway or adopt a street program, and we have a adopt a block program. So is there a plan to expand that program to not only focusing on the cleanup, also, help them, to do the graffiti removals, to do the, cutting the grass, those kind of things as well?
So we have a really established Green Streets program, which does partner interested residents with corner bulges, traffic circles, pieces like that. We also do work with our BA partners in different businesses when they want to do a graffiti cleanup day. So we'll support them with paint to paint over or wipes. So we have a number of different ways that we touch point with interested groups for public realm beautification. And usually around this time, and we'll ensure that we're doing this, we do use our social media to share those opportunities for people that are interested that may not be connected.
Okay, but it's not with residents.
Residents, we are seeing residents being the predominant user or volunteer within the Green Streets program. And then when looking at the businesses, they do partner with different neighborhood organizations within for graffiti along the commercial high streets.
Okay, and this is not the Adopt a Block program, right? That's something different?
We have a few different adopt programs that are around litter cleanup, and we do support, and we have a lot of information online on different ways that people can get involved and how the city can support them.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. I might need to follow up with you offline to understand more about those programs. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Joe. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to follow up on a couple of questions. One was with respect to the highlight around the work around signals and pedestrian crossings. Are we proactively looking at the length of crossing time at intersections? I know you talked about the leading ones, but just in general, because I'm hearing from residents on a regular basis that the time is too short. If you're elderly or got a toddler in tow, are we proactively looking at intersections, or do we just, is it on a, when you can, submit a complaint or concern to 311, then we might act on it?
Yeah, we have a program where we're going through the signals and reducing or increasing the amount of time that people have to cross, basically from a 1.2 meter per second walking speed to a 1 meter per second walking speed. I believe we prioritize locations that we hear concerns from. Maybe Winston can talk a little bit more about that.
Winston here again. Thanks for the question, Councillor Dominato. Yeah, so in terms of the locations that we identify, it's a combination of, we receive requests from the public through 311 and other, like even social media, we'll get comments in, but we do look at whenever there's like a corridor that we're looking at for timing upgrades or there's construction that's going on, we'll look at those intersections. In addition to that, we look at the collision data. And as we're analyzing collision data and looking at what are causal factors, if there's, crossing times or, pedestrian collisions that are occurring, we'll look to see whether or not more time is needed. And as Paul mentioned, we'll be looking at trying to reduce that, the speed for people to walk as low as we can. historically, it's been 1.2 meters. It probably doesn't mean a lot to us here, but it was reduced by just over 20% reduction in the speed. Just recognizing the aging population and ensuring that there's accessibility. And so we're going through the process of doing that. There are implications of making those changes with, coordination. We talked earlier about congestion. And so looking at ways we can do that without having significant impacts, because as you increase more time, it throws an intersection off coordination. It's a different cycle length. But what we'll do is look at corridors at a time and try to put them together so that, sections of streets kind of flow together well.
Okay, that's helpful context. I have one for you to look at, but I'll take that one offline.
Sure, we're happy to look at it.
On the subject of, I think I noted in the report the curb cuts that was at 277 done last year and 278 done this year. Hopefully I got that right. Did we put a bit of an accessibility lens on that? And I ask in the context of going back to all of us having been at FCM and walking around Toronto, and the curb cuts there, they have the tactile component on the ground. So when we had the speaker come and talk about improvements, if you're blind or is that having that, knowing you've got to the curb because there's the bumps, and is that something that we're doing as we do those curb cuts, or how does that work?
So there's a lot of history around how we've designed and installed curb ramps in Vancouver. We have a standard kind of curb ramp for kind of normal conditions that we worked several years ago with the accessibility community on. You're always kind of balancing things, and the bumpiness of the tactile domes can interfere with mobility, people who need mobility devices. So there's some kind of trade-offs there. So our typical standard has the score lines. It has a certain grade break, so it's more detectable by cane users and people with service animals. We started getting into more complex intersections and recognizing that this wasn't always working due to grades. So we have started installing tactile domes in more locations, basically when we can't hit the grade break that has been identified to be detectable by a cane user or more service animal user. So we're starting to roll them out more. We're probably going to continue to ask the question about, do we roll them out everywhere, but that's kind of ongoing work right now.
Okay, that's fantastic. I have a few specific questions, but I think I'll just take them offline. But the other one you were about to mention the two neighborhoods that are going to be the next stop for the neighborhood traffic management plan. I'm interested in those. And I'm also interested in where the plaza is going to be in South Vancouver, the new plaza.
So I'll take the first one. The first two neighborhoods that really jumped out in terms of higher vehicle volumes and speeds were the Rupert area, so between Nanaimo and Renfrew, Renfrew area. And the other one was Joyce Collingwood. So those were the next two on our list.
Okay, can we just answer this one question?
Okay.
On the plaza.
We are at time, so.
On the South Van Plaza.
Fraser and 48th.
Fraser and 48th, thank you.
Of course, I'll let it slide this time. Okay, thanks everyone for your questions, and thanks to staff for taking the time to answer them. As this item is for information only, there's no decision of council required, and that concludes presentation 1 on the agenda. Thank you. Just wait a moment for staff to transition. Okay, thank you. We will now move to our held report. That is Report 2, Waterworks and Drinking Water Conservation Bylaw Amendments. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Okay, not seeing any. So we do have team members here to introduce the item. This is the Waterworks and Drinking Water Conservation Bylaw Amendments. Morning.
Magic, thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Mark Schwark, I'm the Director of Water and Utilities Management. We have staff from Engineering as well as Parks Board to answer any questions you may have. There is no presentation for this report.
Okay, great. Thank you. So Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members, and I see questions from Councillor Carr. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yes, I do notice in the report that it talked about the fact that the Vancouver Park Board had not provided input or direction in terms of this staff report. I gather there was a meeting on Monday night that did deal with this item. I wonder if you could put on public record for council any direction from Park Board that would inform this report.
I'll pass it over to Tina Park, who's the Director of Park Planning, who can provide commentary on the Park Board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Hi, Tina Mack, Director of Planning and Park Development at the Park Board. Yes, Monday evening, the elected Park Board passed their motion supporting some exemption, your proposed exemption for the Laurel, Butte, Harrow, Davis, Barclay, and Helmkin fountains. You had a number of other fountains on your list, and in this report for consideration of exclusion, the Park Board is kind of deferring any recommendations on their part for those until the fall, when staff will be bringing forward their water asset condition assessment report and rehabilitation plans and budgets. So the Laurel, Butte, Harrow, Davis, Barclay, and Helmkin fountains were supported through their motion.
Great, okay. In terms of the Butte and Harrow fountain, I noticed that in the staff, this is not, well, maybe it is you, that the staff commentary is that it has operated as a once-through feature, although it was designed to be recirculating. And then it says now it needs a lot of repair and capital funding would need to be found. Do you know if the Park Board is intending that to happen this year?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. And the intent, working with our real estate and facilities colleagues who will do the repairs. They've done some investigations already. The fountain was indeed designed originally as a recirculating fountain. It had been vandalized and unrepaired in that way and was repaired as a flow-through fountain. So our staff in REFM will be doing the repairs this summer, I understand, so that it should be able to be in operation, and we would be prioritizing funding for that through the Park Board existing budgets.
Now, is that funding to be a non-recirculating, to get it up and running as a non-recirculating, and then longer-term funding to get it to be recirculating?
I believe the intent is to have it recirculating through these repairs. We don't have an estimate for that cost yet.
Okay, so that one's going to be up and going this year. I'm very happy to hear that. I think that's it for my Park Board questions. Yeah, that's it for questions. I'm just, I did want to speak to the motion when we get to that point.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. And yeah, very glad to hear that Butte and Harrow fountain will be back up. Question from me around timing. I heard repairs this summer. Any more specifics on that?
And is that specific to the Harrow and Butte fountain?
As to when this summer? That's a pretty big...
They're still working on the schedule of repairs and the costs associated with it.
Okay. Any idea when we might have that schedule? Just in terms of timing, there's lots of people waiting for that one in particular to come back online.
Probably in a couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks. Okay, that's encouraging. You were mentioning that in response to Councillor Carr's question, that fountain was flow through for quite a while. Any idea of how long?
We know when that. Since the late 80s, probably since the late 80s. I'm not sure when that fountain was originally installed, but it's been a number of decades.
Okay, okay, thank you. And then I noticed in one of the reports, I can't recall if it was a Park Board report, but I believe so, that the cost was mentioned, or it was mentioned about the broken water pipe that feeds the waterfall at the upper garden of the Queen Elizabeth Park fountain. Any idea of the cost to repair that broken water pipe? That sounds quite pricey.
Unless more participants join, this conference will end in 5 minutes. Enter.
Kind of happens every time, so please go ahead.
We have an engineer looking at that. It's expected to be a substantial cost, and we'll be reporting that back fully in the fall.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of the Helmicken Park fountain, any idea of when that one is going to be online, if any repairs are needed there?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. My understanding is with the exception of the Butte Harrow, all of the other fountains will be able to be turned on and operational when the bylaw is executed.
Okay, so potentially today or tomorrow.
I think there's a legal piece.
Yes, the actual bylaw amendments will come back in 2 weeks back to council.
I see, okay. It's a long journey, but we're getting closer. Okay, that's it from me. Thank you. Councillor Carr,
Oh, it's okay. I'm just,
hold over?
I'll go on after.
Okay, sure. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. So going back just a little bit, some of the direction that was given in the motion that precipitated this was that staff would be directed to report back on location by location basis with an analysis of water use by volume, relevant demonstrable public and or environmental health and wellness benefits, cost to retrofit. And I appreciate the costs may be a little bit more complicated, but do we have any information on the water volume and the demonstrable benefits of reactivating these particular fountains?
Great, thank you for the question. The plan was to report back to council once Park Board is finished and completed their asset management plan and brought that back to, done the analysis and brought that back to the board. So it's a more fulsome report back to the asset location by location analysis on all of the attributes was asked by council.
So what informed, I'm confused, what informed these particular ones to be selected?
It will inform the retrofit of these assets to be in compliance of the bylaw, in addition to all of the other assets that are part of that asset management plan.
Okay, so we have no idea if these are wasting extraordinary amounts of water, or we have no means of tracking.
A number of those do have water meters on them.
They are metered, okay.
Yes, some, not all of them, but some of them do. And so we have a sense of what volume of water as well as the associated cost with that water.
So once we turn them back on, then we'll get a report back of how much water they're using.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, it's just one other question, and I think it might be for the park board as well, but might be also for staff, depending on which fountain it is. The question is around the discussion that I've been hearing in the community, that if the water fountains aren't going to be turned on because of the problem of not being recirculating, is there an opportunity either, I mean, if it's going to be costly, and I guess that's the first question, how costly is it going to be, and when can we see the non-recirculating fountains repaired? Like, what's the timeline? And the second part of that question is, if it's not possible, either monetarily or just because of the technical capacity, can we think about using those spaces for something that is also equivalent in terms of public health benefit, like gardens replete with lots of plants, trees for shade, for seniors to sit, that kind of thing?
I think we'll defer that to Tina Mack.
Yeah, thank you again for that question. Yeah, that's the intent of our report back in the fall, is for some of the fountains where the costs are very large or where the condition is very poor. The Seaforth Park fountain, for example, is beyond repair. So that's a case we'll be coming back to the board and seeking their direction for how they would like us to proceed. Potentially decommissioning some of those fountains and converting them to alternate uses is something we'd like to look at within the budget that we have and other project priorities.
That's great, because this is about public health and a public space for people to enjoy. So I'm glad to hear that. Useful.
Likewise. Thanks, Councillor Carr. Okay, that concludes questions, and there's no registered speakers for this item today. So would someone like to move a motion for report 2? Okay, moved by Councillor Kirby-Yung, seconded by Councillor Joe. Thank you. Council, any discussion? Councillor Carr, were you on the queue there? Oh, I'll just add you back. There you go. Please go ahead.
Yep, thank you. I am, as I was when this originally landed at the council table, concerned around the state of our environment, especially with climate change. And we have seen a very dry May, and it is a problem for me to think about activating fountains that are not recirculating. By the time you get to other sort of upper stages in restrictions on water use, you've already drawn down water, and I'm really quite concerned that we need to be proactive in making sure we have sufficient water for this region. There are some parts of BC and across the country and around the world where water has become a life or death issue. I don't anticipate that necessarily here, but it is a very severe issue. I'm really happy to see the Park Board looking at recirculating, putting in recirculating money to restore the Butte and Harrow fountain is recirculating. That's really good news. And I really also am appreciative that if it doesn't work out for being recirculating, the conversion into public health beneficial space is really laudable as well. So good on the Park Board for the moves being made there. However, because of my concern around water, with some regret in terms of, I know that these features are loved by many, but still in all, I'm thinking of the long-term environmental consequences. I'm not going to be voting for it, so I did want to hold this report for the second reason, not only to ask questions, but also to be able to vote in opposition. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. I will speak wholeheartedly in support of this motion, and I'll just quickly and briefly say that I think we had a good discussion last term, and I appreciate Councillor Meisner bringing the motion forward around the fact that we had stopped a lot of things in the city, but without a plan to actually bring them back in a sort of more efficient way in terms of water use, and I think that created a gap. And just as we saw the need for public space during the pandemic and how people flock to it, we see the need for things that support mental health and wellness. Fountains do that. I think one of the first aha moments I had on the Park Board as a Park Board Commissioner was when, and I think Tina Mack might have been there, we had a study, and I can't remember which one you were presenting, Tina, but it was about the impact, the positive impact on people's stress levels, heart rate, blood pressure, mental health, and well-being of just being in and around water features in parks. And it was pretty stunning when we live in increasingly, it just, for some reason, that moment always stayed with me. And an increasingly dense and urban environment, especially as we densify and we have increased impacts from climate and heat. It provides cooling for people, it provides respite, and it was really important. So I think, again, I'll just reiterate, everybody's aligned on the goal of ensuring they're 100% recirculating, but we lost a lot of other benefits by taking it out. And I think this is the kind of balance you always need to look at, is balancing climate with mental health and wellness, and not ensuring that there's sort of equity or other impacts, especially on things like the Harrow Street one in the West End, where you have a lot of seniors or people don't have any other outdoor space to go to. And cooling really is a matter of the ability sometimes to get outside of some of those hot, older apartment buildings and get that respite, and the socialization is important. So I feel confident that our Park Board and our council are fully behind the need to get to the recirc. I think this was a bit of a kind of a good kickstart to that process. And I think I have a whole lot of trust in the Park Board staff to do that now that they've got pretty clear, I think, on the will of council and Park Board in supporting this. So appreciate the work. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. I'll need to cede the chair to Deputy Mayor Carr to make some comments. No? Oh, apologies. Yeah, it's committee. Okay. Vice Chair, Councillor Klassen, I'm going to cede the chair to you. I was thinking we were in council yesterday. Well, thanks very much for all the work that's been done by Park Board on this. I'm really excited to hear that the Butte and Harrow Fountain was actually recirculating. That is the best news, and that we're going to see that back on in a few weeks. So that's very exciting, and that makes me feel grateful that we were able to move this forward, as opposed to having another summer without the enjoyment and the health and wellness benefits of these fountains, as Councillor Kirby-Young noted. I think to Councillor Kirby-Young's point about the pandemic, we saw so many things taken away from all of us. And I think we also recognize the importance of public space, of especially in an urban environment, these beautiful areas of respite. And I have received so many emails and tweets about this fountain, the fountains coming back on. So I know that Vancouverites are excited, and I'm excited to see it move forward in a balanced way where we are selecting just a few fountains to turn back on now, making the necessary repairs and moving towards making them recirculating in the future. So I think this is a win-win, and I am very excited to see this move forward. Thank you. Okay, seeing no more speakers on the queue, I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes with Councillor Carr in opposition, Councillor Fry in opposition, Councillor Bly, Boyle, and Mayor Sim were absent. And that concludes item report 2 on the agenda. Thank you. Next report is report 4, quarterly capital budget adjustments and closeouts. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Okay. So we do have team members here to introduce the item. Morning, Patrice.
Good morning. We don't have a presentation at all. I believe there is a speaker.
Okay. Thank you. So council, you do have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members on this item. Are there any questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. So we'll now hear from registered speakers on this item, and we have 1 speaker. Just a reminder that registered speakers have 3 minutes to speak, and council may not ask questions of speakers. Our first speaker and only speaker is Nathan Davidovich. Good morning, Nathan.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you. And I presume, the previous discussion just shows you why we need a proper transportation committee to discuss all these items. And Vancouver is the only city in BC that doesn't have such a committee. But the item about the capital budget is item 3.3.B, street trees on page 4 for 1.4 million. The problem is I'm all for more trees, and I think the Parks Board wants another 100,000 trees in the city, which I support. But the problem is that they place the trees in so many places where they die. Just outside the Vancouver Public Library at Robson Hamilton, 3 trees died, and now they replaced them. But these trees died because they were too close to the curb, and they interfere with the number 17 bus stop. So, we wasted the money, and now they replanted the trees, and now those 3 trees will die. And, and I can give you other locations in the cities where private developers even planted trees because it was part of their agreement with the city that they'll plant the trees. But again, there is loading zones, bus stops, and those trees will just die. And I don't know, as I said, the Parks Board should be here, but they're probably not here. And because it's just too many locations where trees are dying, and that's a waste of money when you can plant them in places where they would survive and away from the curb. Some die, from what I understand, from somebody who knows about trees, I'm not an expert on that, is because of the pollution from the vehicles on major streets. And the trees die because they're too close to the curb. But if they are placed 8 to 10 feet away from the curb, then they have more chances of staying alive. And Just look at Georgia and Granville, Pacific Center. They redeveloped that area, but it's a bus stop for the North Vancouver buses.
Nathan, I
And,
apologize. We are at time
yeah.
with the new speaker.
So anyhow, I can send you, information
Drop
about
us an email.
different locations, or you can
Sure.
send me if you want any information.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks,
thank you.
Nathan. I'm familiar with those trees. I live very close to VPL, so thanks very much for coming in to speak. So that was our last speaker on this item. And thanks, Nathan, for speaking to council today. So would someone like to move a motion for report 4? Okay, Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Dominato. Thank you. Council, is there any discussion? Okay, I'm not seeing any discussion, so I'll now call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. And that concludes item 4 on the agenda. Next report is report 5, supervised consumption spaces. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Okay, not seeing any conflict. We have, apologies, Councillor Carr, yep. Please go ahead.
Yes, yes, I understand that we do have Speaker 2, Dr. Julio Montana, here in person.
Yeah.
And I'd like to move to actually hear the speakers and complete this item before we take our lunch break.
Okay, a motion to hear the speakers for this item before, no, 2. Sorry, Leslie? Supervised consumption sites, that's the one we're on.
Right.
We have 3 speakers for it.
Thank you.
Councillor Carr, did you want to just complete the speakers before lunch or complete the speakers and the item before lunch?
I'm very keen to hear the speakers before lunch, and I'm not sure if I would have the support of my fellow councillors to complete the item before lunch, but
I would agree. So I think it's a great
hear the
strategy to hear the speakers before lunch, and then we'll reconvene after. So that's a motion from Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed say nay. The motion carries. So we will hear the speakers on this item before breaking for lunch, and then when we reconvene, we'll complete the item. Okay. So we do have team members here to introduce the item. I'm not sure if there's a presentation on this item. Nope, just questions. Okay, thank you. So council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Are there any questions on this item? Okay, not seeing any questions. We'll now move to the speakers, and we'll now hear from registered speakers. There are 3 for this item. A reminder that registered speakers have 3 minutes to speak, and council may not ask questions of speakers. So we'll move to our first speaker, Simona Marsh, on the phone. Do we have Simona? We're just going to check. Might take a moment here.
Speaker 1 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to speaker 1. Speaker 2, Dr. Julio Montana. Good morning. Yes. Thanks for coming in today.
That's good. Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to come in front of you today. I know a number of you, and some of you had an opportunity to visit us. So this is going to be a very brief and highlight of what we're here today for. Our center, as you know, has made significant progress in dealing with HIV in both in the province, in the country, and in the world. We're very proud of that work. But as a result of that work, we have become very closely involved in some other areas that are relevant to the HIV work, but had implications elsewhere. In particular, the issue of substance use. We have opened a facility in the downtown east side that is nearly $20 million worth of real estate. This is a clinical facility for research and innovation. And in that context, we provide clinical services, primary care. We provide an eye clinic that is in the same locale. We have a supervised consumption site for injectors so that they can be supervised while they use illegal drugs. And as part of our commitment to move them forward towards a better situation and treatment whenever possible, we offer safer drug supply. And when the individuals are ready for it, we offer them transition to medical programs, drug cessation and the like. Over the last number of years, 5 or 6 years, we have seen a significant change in the drug addiction epidemic in our city. This is consistent with what we've been seeing around the world. What we've seen is that it used to be that people preferably use drugs injectable. However, today, the vast majority of people who die from an overdose are dying in the context of using drugs through smoking or inhalation. 80% of the patients that died in the last year died with an antecedent use of drugs through smoking or inhalation. And yet, we continue to offer predominantly supervised consumption for individuals who inject drugs. And so there is a disconnect here in terms of what is happening in reality. And then you were wondering, why are people still dying? Well, because the services are not reaching them. The reality is that we have had no deaths among people who inject in the site, but we can do nothing about people who smoke or who inhale drugs. So for that reason, we have actually requested and we have been able to secure funding from the federal government through a research grant, this Substance Use and Addiction Program, SWAP, to actually expand our work by building smoking facilities. These are cubicles. Imagine a phone booth, but a little bit larger. They are self-contained. They have negative air pressure, and they have a button that you can push to actually vacate all of the toxic air within the room, so that if there is an overdose, you can go in and rescue the patient. There is a moral imperative for us to do this. There is a scientific imperative to do it in a research environment. We are committed to do so. Vancouver Coastal actually has endorsed our proposal. And not only that, but I have requested that we do a formal assessment to see what are the differences between a facility like we're proposing here, attached to a health facility, or a freestanding facility in a park, et cetera. And we believe that having this attached to a medical facility will give us the opportunity to bring people into the system, use this as a stepping stone to get to appropriate treatments and the like.
Dr. Montaner, thank you very much.
I close with one statement.
You are 40 seconds over
1 second.
already.
All I'm asking is that when we get the approval, if we do, that you request Vancouver Coastal to give us the data so that we can conduct that research. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Apologies for cutting you off, just trying to treat everybody. Is Tori Sheppel. Tori, good morning.
Hello. Is this my time? Okay.
Yeah, 3 minutes, please.
Okay, great. Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. That was really great context to this. The BC Centre for Disease Control reported for the month of April that there were 32,448 visits at safe consumption sites and overdose prevention sites in Vancouver Coastal Health. 7,935 of those were visits to safe inhalation tents at overdose prevention sites. This number should be significantly higher since we know that smoking is the most common method of consumption for people who use drugs. On July 8th, 2022, Health Canada provided a class exemption of subsection 56(1) of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act for urgent public health needs sites to deliver a comprehensive range of harm reduction services for communities. This means the only thing in the way of this life-saving community resource is the city and its health bylaw. This hold on the ban of indoor smoking would enable the full range of services approved by Health Canada. This is crucial if the city is interested in curbing the deaths from the toxic drug supply. I would like to read a portion of Pivot Legal's community resource post titled Canada's Supervised Consumption and Overdose Prevention Sites. We owe the existence of safe consumption sites and overdose prevention sites to the direct action of people who use drugs. Long before Inside became the first sanctioned SCS in North America, people who use drugs were running their own injection rooms and needle exchanges to save lives in the face of government inaction and the war on drugs. As this is always the case, folks had to save their own lives first, at tremendous personal risk, before government came around to the idea of supervised injection. In Canada, the provision of OPS is sorely inadequate, and people who use drugs continue to shoulder the burden of saving lives as municipalities and health authorities stand by idly and, at times, with hostility. Safe consumption sites and overdose prevention sites save lives. Additionally, my last point, I will read a portion of Recommendation 4 from Pivot and Vandu's latest report titled Talking Back to the City. Ops are routinely shut down or threatened because of behaviors or activities that are that are incidental to and not necessarily caused by the site itself. The fact that litter is found outside a bottle depot or that fights occur outside of a bar is not typically causes for shutting down those businesses. So why are ops held to a higher illegal standard? Cities act outside their powers when they impose additional rules on service providers without explicit legal requirements under a bylaw. And even if additional rules are explicitly imposed by law, these rules could still be discriminatory or unreasonable if they only target drug users, service providers. Shuttering a life-saving facility cannot be the de facto response to what is most often an issue of resources.
Tori, let's stay on topic on the supervised inhalation
Consumption site.
project, please.
Okay, drug user spaces require adequate, consistent funding and material supports to serve their members properly. In addition, local governments need to ensure that basic supports such as washrooms, garbage collection, and needle disposal are provided to members of the community. Drug users cannot be held responsible for the state's failure to provide. Support people who use drugs, support their autonomy, and pass the ban on health bylaw allowing safe consumption sites to deliver life-saving services for those continually harmed by the war on drugs.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming to speak today. We'll now go back to speaker 1 to see if they're on the line. Speaker number 1 is Simona Marsh. Do we have Simona on the line? We do. Okay. Good morning, Simona.
Good morning.
Hi. So you have up to 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Simona and I'm on the executive board of Vandu. I'd like to acknowledge that I'm on the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. And, okay, we have a lot of people, young people, that are turning to injecting dope instead of smoking it because they have a place to go be safe. And without consumption sites, they have to use in the alleys or in their own homes, and results in places where they're not safe using the drugs. They will have nobody to save the overdoses when they do happen, because we see a lot more overdose deaths due to using smoking instead of just injection. Even though people think that it's just the injection that does it. I've lived in downtown East Side for over 30 years, and I think it's really important that we have more consumption sites. One, to make them safe so they're not in harm's way. Sorry, getting flustered. But also, you see a lot of people that are not using the needle correctly getting more abscesses, and that it's not good for them as well. So if we had consumption sites and inhalation sites, people would be more opted not using needles so quickly, which is scary, right? I don't know what to say, so I think that consumption sites are very important to do for people who use drugs, so that we can still be productive and not have to do the alternative route of using needles to be safe. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much for your comments, Simona, and thanks for calling in today.
You're welcome.
Speakers list. Thanks to everyone for speaking for council. I'm going to suggest we continue to complete this item just because we have 8 minutes left still. Can I get a motion, please? Okay. Moved by Councillor Dominato and seconded by Councillor Joe. So would anyone like to move a motion for Report 5? Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Dominato. Council, any discussion? Councillor Carr.
Yes.
I'm going to pop you on the main queue. Sorry, Councillor Carr. Please go ahead.
Okay. I actually have just circulated an amendment to this. Sorry that it's just come up the last minute, but I'm speaking obviously in support, but I'm also noting not only a comment that was made by Dr. Julio Montano, but a letter we received from Vancouver Coastal Health. And that letter, which came from, I think, Mark Letitian, asked that the motion that we put forward should mandate the approval of the medical health officer before staff approve applications to operate indoor sites. As I say, Dr. Julio Montana said that they would be fine with that. So my amendment simply adds those words. Oh, I forgot to highlight it. I am so sorry. I did this quite quickly. So it's the last
Councillor Kirby-Young, we did move a motion to extend, and then we got an amendment from Councillor Carr to complete the item, and then after that, we got an amendment. That's okay. Sorry, Councillor Carr, please continue.
Okay, I am so sorry I forgot to highlight it, but it's the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 words of this circulated amendment. So after BC requirements, it adds and have received the approval of the medical health officer. So it's, as I say, what was requested of us by Dr. Mark Lysyshyn and what has been accepted as appropriate by Dr. Julio Montana, and I'm hoping that we get support for that amendment.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a question to the mover of the amendment here. I just want to confirm because it's not highlighted. The only change is you're adding so you're just adding another approval of beyond WorkSafe BC and Health Canada? Okay, thank you. That's okay? No, I just want to make sure that I know what I'm voting for here.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I wasn't expecting to do this now, so I'm just going to ask a clarification question just to make sure if I might, through you to staff, just to make sure I'm clear. So that it would not be contemplated currently that it would have approval of the medical health officer, and how is it distinct? Can you just clarify for us? Sorry, I don't have my head back in this right now. How is that distinct from the Health Canada approval? Can we just get I'm just looking for a bit of understanding on that.
Thanks, Councillor. I can start and the team can jump in. So yeah, as of right now, VCH does not, and VCH medical health officers do not have a role in the implementation of the non-enforcement resolution that's been proposed for council here. What Dr. Lysyshyn has recommended to council in his capacity as medical officer is that you do impose that as a condition as well.
And
so
what is the
bylaw would only the bylaw would be enforced unless VCH medical officer agrees otherwise. In this case, they have agreed with Dr. Montana on conditions for that for the particular clinic that's at issue here. It does impose additional requirement. It wasn't a recommendation from staff, but you've
Paul and Councillor Kirby-Young, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I realized that we didn't get a seconder for Councillor Carr's amendment. Okay, seconded by Councillor Fry, so please continue.
Sorry, can I ask a follow-up question on that? Because this is really helpful to understand. So I guess two questions is, could we have a situation where that's actually a gate where we could have Health Canada approving it and the Coastal Health medical health officer says no? And it might act, so we could actually be precluding the need. We may actually impede or hold up or not have these life-saving services because we could have one of the two bodies say yes and the other says no.
That's a hypothetical, but it would be possible, yes, that the medical health officer would also have to agree and may stipulate, as they have in this condition, a condition. In this case, a condition on that approval. In this instance, the condition isn't an issue, so it wouldn't be an obstacle, but that would be a consideration for council. This would impose an additional kind of level of approval.
Follow up on that because this is really important. So we're putting a potential additional gate on these life-saving services when we know that inhalation deaths are rising dramatically because we're seeing inhalation versus injection. Can I ask the question a different way to try to really make sure I understand this properly? What is the benefit of adding the additional approval of the medical health officer?
Yeah, it's difficult. It's a great question, Councillor. It's difficult for me to speak or for us to speak on behalf of Dr. Lysyshyn. This was not a recommendation from staff. I think we do have a concern around the hypothetical that you've raised, that there could be a dispute. So that's a question for council to contemplate.
Okay. Okay, can I speak to it then, Chair? Yeah, so speaking to the amendment, and I'm sorry, and again, I really wasn't expecting to do this now, and this is really important that we get this right, because we're talking literally about saving lives, but what we're hearing is that people are not going to facilities because they don't provide the space. It's very difficult, right, to do smoking. You've got to deal with ventilation issues. You're inside, needs to be supervised. You've got fire issues, all of those things. But this is where we know that the additional overdoses and potentially related harms and deaths are coming from multifold, because people are, we heard yesterday, I think, just from one of our fire department representatives of the increasing number of fires in the SROs, which is due, they attribute, they believe in part, to the fact that many more people are using inhalation versus injection, and then they're falling asleep or whatever the case is, and then you're seeing those fires went up. And I think we saw something like 100, almost 150 fires year to date, a doubling of number of fires over a number of years. And so if we're trying to provide safer spaces for people to go to avoid those harms of people dying by fire or overdosing on their own, I'm not feeling I have enough information to understand the benefit of adding this additional gate here, where we could have Coastal Health having a different medical perspective than the Canada Health Officer. I want to be able to make decisions that are based on the best available medical data and science. And I had trusted Health Canada in bringing this pilot forward for 3 years. I felt that it was a good strategy and something that's really important to support. But I'm really nervous about putting this gate in and doing this here sort of with a constraint of time. So I'm just going to express that. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Seeing no one else on the queue to speak to the amendment, I will now call. Oh, Councillor Dominato, did you? Oh, sure. Okay, there you are. Please go ahead.
Just if I could follow up through you to my city manager or staff is, I just actually had an opportunity to look in more detail at the letter, and Vancouver Coastal Health is actually indicating that they are supportive, and we've typically involved, maybe staff can answer this question, have we not typically involved VCH in sites that involve any kind of medical health care type of delivery? I'm thinking about even our existing, OPS in Yaletown and other sites. Like, are they not typically a partner that we engage with and are experts? And it sounds like Dr. Montner is saying they support it and that there's a collaboration here. I don't want to put words in your mouth, doctor, but is this common practice?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, Mary Claire Zach, Managing Director, Social Policy. It's our regular practice to consult with Vancouver Coastal Health and the Medical Health Officer and to seek their advice around this. So we had several conversations with Dr. Mark Lesishin and VCH staff about this. We had conversations also with senior staff with the Mental Health and Addictions Ministry. So it is a common practice for us to work very, very closely with our health colleagues and to seek their advice. I think the caveat I would have here is what Dr. Montana, what I heard him say is that he had asked council to be specific and ask that Vancouver Coastal Health provide data related to outdoor inhalation services so that he can do that comparative study. So I just wanted to clarify that as well.
Can I just ask a follow-up to that, Chair? Is there another amendment needed to clarify that? That is the ask to us to request that information from VCH, or can that be done through staff? Do we need to operationalize that?
That can be done through staff.
Okay, for the study component, but that's separate from the including approval from.
That's right.
That's right. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, another question to staff on this. And by the way, I just wanted to remind council that you all received this letter from Dr. Mark Lesishin. So it is in your inboxes. And it's why I raised the issue, because it had come to us. My understanding from the letter is that it states it is important to note that these sites require both Health Canada approval and compliance with applicable WorkSafe BC requirements. So does Vancouver Coastal Health, through the Chief Medical Officer, ensure that there is that compliance with the WorkSafe BC requirements? Is that something unique that they do that Health Canada doesn't?
I can speak to that through the chair, Councillor. So that is WorkSafe is accountable for their regulation. And that is a condition that we have put forward in the non-enforcement resolution. Okay. So that would take place regardless.
That would. Okay. So maybe it's another question to you, City Manager. Can you outline then the responsibility or the authority and what benefit it provides to include the authority of the Chief Medical Officer for Vancouver Coastal Health's approval for these kinds of sites?
So again, I'm not in a position to speak for Dr. Lysyshyn. This was not a recommendation from staff. We're comfortable with Health Canada and WorkSafe as being the kind of overriding regulatory kind of oversight for this. Again, the intent of the non-enforcement resolution is just to remove the smoking bylaw or the health bylaw as an impediment to these services. Dr. Lysyshyn has argued that there should be an additional level of review and oversight by the medical health officer. That was not what we had recommended. So all we have is the rationale that he's provided to you. I can't add any more to that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Maybe staff, you can answer this further question then. In the letter we received from Dr. Lysyshyn, he talks about the leading cause. Well, anyway, he talks about the data. So is your understanding from this letter from Dr. Lysyshyn? Have you read the letter from Dr. Lysyshyn? Yeah, okay. Is it your understanding that this would provide an opportunity for data collection and data sharing?
Yes, it definitely would.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Then I think, yeah, thank you. Then to the amendment, it makes sense to me that we want to seek that data. The request from Dr. Julio Montana is to receive that data. So I think it's a worthwhile addition to this motion.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Chair. Again, I just want to make it clear, is this data that we're talking about, is it already not shared? Do Vancouver Coastal Health and Health Canada and WorkSafe not already share their data?
The data that is being referred to is for the evaluation that's to be done over the next couple of years. And the data requested was data that Vancouver Coastal Health has on outdoor consumption sites to compare to this indoor consumption site and what that would look like in terms of inhalation. Yeah.
I'm assuming they don't need us to say whether or not they should share that data or not.
No, in fact, we can help, we can assist. So I'm saying that council doesn't have to direct it, but it was just a request from Dr. Montana.
Okay, thank you.
Is that all, Councillor Montague? Thanks. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. Fast-moving part here, and just reflecting on this letter, and I'm wondering if I can just read an excerpt from it and through you ask a question of staff.
Sure.
So this letter that we received from Coastal Health, as per the BC Public Health Act, medical health officers are responsible for directing the response to local public health threats such as the overdose emergency. Medical health officers are responsible for advising on policies impacting the health of the population, and it is imperative that local governments consider the advice provided by their designated medical health officer. So I guess reading that context, is there an important legal consideration about the hierarchy of the medical health office in any future inhalation sites that could it open it up if we don't consider them to some kind of legal challenge or?
Well, advice is very important, right? And we do seek their advice on a regular basis. So in terms of that language, we would always seek the medical health officer's advice.
But it's not.
But it's not a veto.
It's not implicit in the.
No, but it's not a veto. So if council wishes, they could add that we seek the medical health officer's advice.
So perhaps if this was received the advice of the medical health office rather than the approval, which implies a veto.
Yes.
So as a sort of friendly amendment to the amendment, rather than the approval of the advice of the medical health officer.
Okay. Are you putting that amendment forward, Councillor Fry?
Yeah, sure. If I can do an amendment to the amendment and without actually having to.
We'll need you to send that in, but we can certainly entertain that.
Sure.
Okay, Councillor Fry, we're just going to wait until we get that in email, and then we'll move to Amendment 2Q. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Fry is working on that. Could I ask staff a question? I don't know if they'll be able to speak for Dr. Montana on this one. Was the desire to see this additional piece added to the staff recommendations because it's critical to have the endorsement of VCH for this to advance? Or is it sufficient for the staff recommendation? Like, is there, I guess what I'm trying to get at the end of the day, is if we don't have endorsement by Vancouver Coastal Health for this, does it fall through? Does it have any impact on our sort of temporary, exemption? Or is it just an additional measure given that the chief medical officer plays a key role in, as we saw from the letter, around dealing with emergent health issues and pandemics and opioid overdose crisis?
It would be an additional measure, as the city manager mentioned. It would be a layer on top of what we already do in terms of seeking their advice, which we would always do. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Fry, we have your amendment in our email, so I'll move us to amendment Q2. So please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just reflecting on the letter and then the comments from Mary Claire Zach, that rather than prescribing this as a veto, just as the letter suggests, the advice of the medical health officer, hoping that is keeps it consistent with what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I appreciate Councillor Fry jumping in here because I was really nervous that we'd have a situation, and I think that we receive excellent advice from Coastal Health, but they're often, just by virtue of their role, I would term more conservative sometimes in their approach. And I just really don't want to be in a situation that we are precluding one of these sites opening and precluding people from accessing life-saving services. And we hear, in addition to the medical imperative, we hear often a lot of the social license and contract is lost because people are doing this outside because they have nowhere else to do it. And I think providing the spaces for people to do it more safely is important. I will reiterate again that the more we talk about harm reduction, we need to be speaking about treatment consistently because sometimes it feels like it's a single-edged sword, and we need to be talking about the broader continuum, including the treatment piece of it. But I think that this is an important response to the change in how people are consuming.
Sorry to interrupt you, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yep.
We need a seconder for Councillor Fry's amendment to the amendment. Thanks, Councillor Klassen. Please go ahead. Sorry.
No problem. And I was really concerned about precluding access or having the ability for Coastal Health to say no, especially given that I think the nature of a pilot was really important to try to help inform future period moving forward. I had wondered when I read the report why it was a 2-year versus a 1, given sort of the urgency of the crisis that we are seeing. But I think that a lot of that is attributable to the need to collect data over time and actually see sort of the impact or potential efficacy of some of this implementation. So I'm kind of comfortable where we landed because I can support this, but I wouldn't have been able to support the original amendment. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I just want to thank Councillor Fry for putting forward that amendment, although it's not exactly what the Chief Medical Officer, or sorry, what Dr. Mark Lysyshyn had recommended. It certainly is party to his detailed commentary around providing advice, and so I am comfortable with that, and I hope Dr. Lysyshyn is too.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Okay, seeing no one else on the queue to speak to the amendment, I will now call a vote. And if we could go to the voting panel, and Council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel for the amendment to the amendment. Okay, that passes unanimously. Okay, we'll now go back to Amendment Q1 for a vote on the amendment. But we have Councillor Fry on the queue. You wish to speak? No? Councillor Kirby-Young? Anything to say? Okay. Okay, so we'll now vote on the amended amendment. So if we could please go to the voting panel. If you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Do people feel that they need it up on the screen? Or are they comfortable? Okay, we'll just get it up on the screen and then we'll do the vote. So just a moment, please. Okay, so we do have the amended amendment up on the screen, so we'll now call the vote. So council, if you could please cast your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. And we will now go back to the main queue to vote on the main motion as amended. Okay, and maybe we should get that up on the screen again if possible. Great, thank you. Okay, I'll now call the vote on the main motion as amended. If you could please cast your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. Okay, that concludes report 5 on the agenda, and we will recess for lunch and return at 3:30 p.m. today. Thank you.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference, enter your access code followed by the number sign.
Hi, Katia. Can you hear me?
Hi, Olivia. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep. Thanks.
Perfect.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. We are going to continue with Standing Committee, and we have two council member motions on the agenda today. Motion A1 is requests for leaves of absence as follows. Councillor Bly for civic business on May 31st, June 14th, July 12th, September 13th, October 4th, and October 18th, 2023, from 9:30 to 1 p.m. And Councillor Fry for civic business. Oh, do I need to say that bit as well? I'll come back to that. Councillor Fry for civic business on June 1st, 2023 from 3 p.m. onwards, and on June 15th, 2023 from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. And just to note that the request for Councillor Bly for May 31st was dealt with at yesterday's council meeting. Can I get a mover, please? Mayor Sim. Seconder? Councillor Montague. All those in favor say yay. Okay. Thanks. Motion carries unanimously. Motion A2 is ensuring healthier climate-smart homes and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Carr. I would like to remind Council that in accordance with the updates to the procedure bylaw that were enacted on May 10th, 2023, Council members may not ask questions of the mover. Councillor Carr, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Cool. Please go ahead.
Yes, thanks very much. Why this motion is important is, number one, it addresses a gap in our bylaws, our procedure bylaw. The procedure bylaw that we have, sorry, what am I saying? A gap in our building bylaw. And the gap in our building bylaw is around the building of new homes. We did pass changes in that building bylaw to say that for new homes, there would not be any installation of gas for the purpose of heating hot water or space heating. However, the gap is that it does not say nor for cooking stoves, nor for ornamental fireplaces. As we've seen in all the news, scientists are saying that we have to move much, much more quickly on the decarbonization of our economy and our buildings, that it is imperative. The science is saying that climate change is proceeding at a much faster rate than they had earlier predicted. And because of that urgency, we all need to do the best that we can within our jurisdictions to reduce the GHGs. If we make this change, we will indeed align the Vancouver Building Bylaw with the new BC Building Code. There is a new BC Zero Carbon Step Code, which is in fact was inspired by the progressive nature of the Vancouver Building Bylaw on achieving net zero homes. So this province has actually followed us. It's now in the lead. The motion I have would put us in sync with the highest step on that step code, again, putting us in a leadership position. If we don't do that, we turn from being a leader to a laggard. There are other communities that are already moving to say that they will be changing, or they will be adopting the BC Zero Carbon Step Code at its highest level. My motion also includes a report back on retrofits. New builds are the easiest way for us to achieve carbon reductions, the easiest way. And in fact, it's less expensive than putting in two duplicate systems, one for gas, one for electricity, into homes. But the second part of my motion is to have staff report back on how we can achieve this, and that is to expand in homes the requirement that gas not be used for space heating and hot water heating, expand it to not being used for gas fireplaces and for gas stoves.
Apologies, Councillor Carr, you are at time.
Yep. Okay, to expand that to retrofits.
Thank you. And you've moved that motion as well. Is that correct?
I moved the motion.
Thank you. So I'll just need a seconder. Seconder for Councillor Carr's motion. Okay, seconded by Councillor Fry. So we will now hear from speakers on this motion. We do have 19 speakers on the list. Speakers, you have up to 3 minutes to speak to council today. And council, as a reminder, you do not have an opportunity to ask registered speakers questions. So we will go to our first speaker, Shiraz Dalmir, in person. Hi. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Shiraz Dalmir. I'm the Community Relations Manager at FortisBC. While we share the City of Vancouver's need for immediate action on climate change, we are against this motion. Did you know that this City Hall uses renewable natural gas, or RNG, provided by FortisBC? RNG is rapidly growing as part of our energy supply and incorporated into the province's Clean BC plan. Did you also know that RNG would meet the BC Zero Carbon Step Code, which includes all fuel types? So you can still use cooktops or barbecues under the Zero Carbon Code. For more than a decade, we've worked with local farms, landfills, green energy companies, and municipalities to make and deliver RNG, including right here in Vancouver. The city will soon create RNG at the Vancouver landfill, and there are over 1,500 Vancouver residents subscribed to RNG for their homes and businesses. This motion will not only deny access to natural gas, but also deny access to low-carbon energy options like RNG, and will be a barrier to achieving climate action goals with other low-carbon solutions such as hydrogen. FortisBC and other utilities are advancing work on hydrogen as a home heating source. Hydrogen for home heating requires gas infrastructure. No gas infrastructure, no hydrogen. This motion would also remove choice and at a cost to Vancouver taxpayers and energy customers. The conversion of building heating systems to electricity will require massive capital investment that this motion does not reference or contemplate. Studies from UBC, SFU, and UVic point to the challenges of relying solely on electricity to meet our future needs. Any credible pathway to net zero will need to harness the strengths of both gas and electric systems. We see these systems being even more integrated into the future. We know from looking at our own electric system that replacing the gas system will require a threefold expansion of that of our electric grid in Kelowna alone. That is just not feasible. We have a history of collaborating with the City of Vancouver, signified by our Memorandum of Understanding, and we need to continue working together to meet climate goals. There's a lot going on with energy policy. For instance, FortisBC's renewable gas application is before the BCUC, and RNG is incorporated into BC's climate targets already. BC Hydro's integrated resource plan has not yet been approved, and the BC government recently announced a task force on electricity. Building an energy system to meet our future needs that balances cost and reliability is a shared challenge. So before going down a decarbonization path where implications are unclear, let's remember that customers and taxpayers need affordability and choice. They want to be able to choose how best to reduce their emissions in a way that is affordable and attainable, and to know they will have the energy they need when they need it the most. We must give residents and businesses a choice on how they want to access cleaner energy. Please support our renewable gas application and vote no to this motion. By working together, we can transition to a cleaner energy future.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to speaker number 2, Miru Dalwala on the phone.
Hello.
Hi there. You have up to 3
Hello.
minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Miru Dalwala. I am the co-owner and chef of Vidge's Restaurant here in Vancouver. We've been around for over 28 years. I run the kitchen, I come up with recipes and menus, and I have done hundreds of demos and cooking events at all levels. Full disclosure, I recently joined the Vancouver Green Party simply because I now want to get involved as a business person who cares and is worried about our looming climate crisis. And I understand, therefore, the importance of an economy and of money. But today, I'm speaking in support of a proposal that doesn't need to belong to any political party or ideology. I'm supporting Councillor Carr's motion because I do have extensive experience and have spent a lot of time cooking with so-called natural gas at home and at work. I'm speaking here today specifically about the future of our personal homes. I wish I had known of the potential dangers of natural gas, but I didn't back then. But in reality, majority natural gas is methane gas. I want to focus here on the safety inside of our homes where we do not have exhaust systems of commercial sophistication that restaurants have. This would be very expensive and probably not even feasible in a lot of buildings. When methane burns, it emits potentially toxic levels of nitrogen dioxide, especially in enclosed places. It's nitrogen dioxide that causes asthma and other respiratory illnesses, especially for children and seniors. Figures are at 13% of kids with asthma coming from indoor natural gas cooking. Nitrogen dioxide, think about it, is especially bad in winter when the windows are closed and in smaller homes. It's the equivalent of living inside with a person who smokes. As a professional and avid daily cook and a mother, I assure you we do not need gas cooking inside our homes. I'm not talking here about undoing what's already done and filling up the landfill with gas stoves. I'm talking about new future homes. We don't need to burn methane and nitrogen dioxide in open flames in our homes to enjoy dinner, no matter what our home cuisine. We now have wonderful cooking options and alternatives, and I use both induction and electric. As for the business side, capitalism is supposed to function alongside consumer safety. Of course, FortisBC doesn't want this project to pass or this motion to pass. They don't want to lose business. They're here to protect their industry. I'm pretty sure Mr. Shiraz Delmire got paid to make that presentation. I'm not getting paid. I'm talking to you as a personal citizen, as a Vancouverite. Just as we rolled up our sleeves and we protected people from the dangers of smoking and secondhand smoke inside homes, we can do this with the mislabeled natural gas.
Mira,
It's
we are at
methane
time,
gas.
so thank you very much for calling in today.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to speaker number 3, Larry Barzilai.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sim, councilors. My name is Larry Barzilai. I'm a long-term Vancouver family physician, and I'm chair of the BC branch of the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment. I would like to support Councillor Carr's resolution to extend the ban on gas hookups to include stoves and fireplaces in new residential buildings, and also to work towards zero-emission retrofits in existing residential buildings. In her motion, Councillor Carr describes some of the dramatic changes occurring because of climate change and the large part that gas plays in this process. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the Secretary General of the United Nations, the World Health Organization all confirm what she is saying. Natural gas, which is mainly methane, is not a transition fuel, despite what others may be saying. In fact, some studies demonstrate that the life cycle greenhouse gas emissions of natural gas are no better than coal. Also, RNG, renewable natural gas, is not a solution. Unlike what fossil fuel companies advertise, its availability is limited, it is expensive to produce, and creates the same indoor air pollution when it burns in stoves. According to a meta-analysis from 2013, children living in homes with gas stoves were 42% more likely to experience asthma symptoms and 24% more likely to be diagnosed with asthma during their lifetime. As our previous speaker said, the nitrous oxides are believed to be the culprit. Also, studies have demonstrated that air pollutants continuously leak from those stoves, so turning off the burner doesn't even protect us. We also need to consider the effect that using methane gas has on other parts of the province. Many studies have demonstrated that babies born in fracking areas are born prematurely and have lower birth weights. Even more concerning, several studies, including one done in BC's Peace region, have shown that children whose mothers live in fracking areas have an increased incidence of childhood leukemia. 18 months ago, I visited the Wet'suwet'en First Nation near Smithers. At that time, their territory was a natural paradise where members could practice hunting, fish for salmon, and drink water straight from the river. Today, the construction of the Coastal GasLink pipeline is wreaking havoc on their community. The river is polluted, salmon are at risk of dying, and their whole way of life is at risk. This is all due to the need to transport fracked gas from the Peace to the ocean. New York State passed legislation banning gas in new buildings. Several American cities, including San Francisco, are also taking steps to end gas in all new buildings. People in other municipalities look up to Vancouver as a role model for sustainability. Vancouver's Climate Emergency Action Plan has been celebrated across the country. What happens in Vancouver will soon spread to Surrey and Prince George. Based on the province's climate targets that will eventually switch from fossil fuels to renewables, let us get ahead of the curve and set a
Sorry, Larry, you are
positive
at
example
time.
to others.
You are at time, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in today. We'll now move to speaker number 4, Dale Cron on the phone. Do we have Dale?
Yes, you do.
Great. So you have up to 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and Council. My name is Dale Cron. I am the Vice President of Property Maintenance at Baptist Housing. We provide housing services to some 2,600 seniors across southern British Columbia and have a number of communities in Vancouver, including an affordable seniors rental site on McLean and 3rd called Grandview Towers. I am opposed to this motion. I feel any further limiting of the natural gas grid is concerning. One of my reasons is capacity. During our cold spell last winter, the electrical grid reached its maximum capacity on December 27th by supplying some 10,902 megawatts of energy, while the natural gas had to supply an additional 20,102 megawatts needed to heat and light our homes and cook our meals. I don't see how we increase the electrical capacity by 300% to meet our current demands, let alone our future demands. And until we do, I don't see how we move forward with these things. Our neighbors in California deal with their peak demands with rolling blackouts, brownouts, and firing up natural gas and coal-generated generators to supply their needs. They only supply 33% of renewables. The other issue I have is the ability to conserve and be good stewards of the earth. Currently, we're operating a number of our buildings on 95% efficient gas boilers and using solar panels to contribute another 15% efficiency, as well as the possibility of using renewable natural gas to add another 22% to that efficiency, which would put us somewhere over 120% efficiency. Also, our new boilers have the capacity to burn up to 20% hydrogen. And as you know, a byproduct of hydrogen combustion is water. The last issue, and probably the most important to our residents, is cost. As a nonprofit provider, all of our seniors housing, our goal is to keep our rents as low as possible to allow our residents to stay in their communities, even while the cost of housing is rising. It's not fair to force a senior out of their community just because they're on a fixed income and rents go up. What you need to understand is that any increase in operating costs must come from rental revenue. We estimate that our energy and maintenance costs will increase by about 20% if we are forced to go 100% electric. I work with Clean BC and others, including BC Housing, Fortis, and BC Hydro, to provide grants and rebates on the capital side. There is nothing on the operating side to support us. I'll give you an example of what it looks like. Baptist Housing owns and operates a seniors housing building in Maple Ridge. It was built in the 1970s. It's called Maple Towers. It has an energy-efficient boiler for heat and hot water. The average resident pays $20 to $25 per month for their utilities, which is basically their lights. BC Housing has just completed a building that's 100% electric. The rent is the same at 30% of income, but their utility costs are between $135 and $145.
Dale, I'm so sorry, Dale. I got to cut you off. We're at time. And unfortunately, but thanks very much for calling in. Unfortunately, thank you. We've lost quorum as well, so we'll just need to take a recess for a minute.
Okay, thank you.
You don't need to worry about that, Dale, though. Thanks for calling in today. Okay, we're back. We have bare quorum, so just a reminder to councillors, please just keep that in mind. So we'll go to speaker number 5. Speaker 5 is Jonathan Liu. Do we have them on the phone?
Yes, we do.
Great. So you have 3 minutes.
Hello.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm a citizen of Vancouver. I against the motion. The reason is many cultures around the world require an open flame to cook traditional and culturally important dishes. So this is an issue that will disproportionately impact households and businesses from the South Asia and the Chinese communities. When looked at through an equity and inclusivity city lanes, there's no way that the council can support this motion. So safety, for sure, safety is a valid concern, but at least we should, as a citizen, we should have the choices. Okay, that's my speech. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for calling in today. We'll now go to speaker number 6, Devyani Singh.
Speaker 6 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to them. Speaker number 7, Ian Tostenson.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Ian Tostenson with the British Columbia Restaurant Association. Just a couple of points here to fill in. I actually spent the day talking to different chefs around the city, both in ethnic restaurants and quote celebrity chefs, and 100% of them just I won't even express what they said about the potential for commercial loss of natural gas. Now, we work very closely with Fortis, and we are working very closely with Fortis on the renewable natural gas. And my fear is, I know that Councillor Carr has this directed towards residential, but I'm envisioning a world which is a slow leak, where a residential building does not have gas in it, and therefore it takes out the opportunity to perhaps have a multi-use development, which would include a restaurant. So we're going to use that, and then I can just see the world coming next saying, you know what, we're going to ban this in restaurants. And we are in a whole host of problems at that point. Number one, the cost, the capital cost. But as someone said today, you'd have to reteach every chef how to cook. You'd have to redo all the kitchens. It's a massive undertaking. And so I speak against the motion. I know that I know several people that have moved, actually, the renters that have moved out of Vancouver because of the inconvenience of electricity with the stoves not functioning correctly and not being able to boil water and stuff. So I really think we should think this through in terms of a quality of our life, the cost, the uncertainty that it gives our industry right now. Potentially, we don't need any more uncertainty. Believe me, we have an industry that's running at half capacity in terms of profitability, and to introduce this kind of not well thought out motion that potentially will cause huge costs to our industry, which is responsible in its own right about environmental things, I think is totally wrong. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ian, for calling in today. We'll now go to speaker number 8, Paul Binotto. Hi, Paul.
Hi there. Good afternoon, Chairman, Your Honor, member of councils, staff. My name is Paul Binotto, and I'm Director of Strategy and Development for Gillivan International. We're one of Canada's largest electrical distributors. I'm not a resident, but we do have a branch in the city. I'm here to state my opposition to the motion. Gillivan is a long-standing Canadian company with over 200 locations across Canada. We're in most communities, including 18 locations in the province. Our organization has been leading the charge in the electrification reduction of emissions in our province and across the country. We've been investing, developing, and providing technical training to contractors, consultants, government, institutions, and businesses. We've taken a strong initiative in EV charging, from inventory, development of standardized distribution infrastructure to step off the grid. We've developed and implemented an electrical and renewable gas-driven heat pump program that is focused on reducing emissions and providing affordable options to British Columbians. We're supporters of both BC Hydro and FortisBC and the programs and efforts they deliver to help us reduce emissions. I visit with you today to offer caution in eliminating infrastructure option for an uncertain future. As the Gillivan director leading the EV initiative, I've come to realize that our task of electrification is somewhat misrepresented. As an electrical distributor, we've embraced the program and somewhat aligned ourselves with the label electrification. What does that truly mean? Do we electrify at all costs? Is that our left side of the line? Do we ignore the fact that there is more and more questions on our ability to meet the 2030 initiative with one fuel? Do we ignore the warning signs of electrical capacity shortfall, time delays, and cost in electrical infrastructure upgrades? Cost and structural issues in converting existing hydronic infrastructure to mandated electrical systems? Should we not try and understand the warnings by studies, scholars, and emission reduction advocates that one source is not going to achieve our goals of 2030 and 2050? A partnered and holistic approach is a necessity. We at Gillivan have learned over the last 2.5 years that our responsibility is not electrification, it's reducing emissions. In paragraph 2 of the motion, it recognized the impact of methane, yet does not reference the benefit of renewable fuels that significantly reduce methane in the atmosphere. The same renewable that is being embraced by many as helping our atmosphere is the same fuel that could run through the infrastructure you're considering to eliminate. This is the same infrastructure that has taken a century to build. Imagine if we had done the same to our electrical grid when it was transporting coal-produced electricity. Who knows, one day the same infrastructure that the motion wishes to eliminate may carry a combination of hydrogen renewable fuel that could expedite our goal of carbon neutrality. We are advocates of partnered programs and redundancy options utilizing different delivery methods of both utilities. We practice the importance of building resiliency through partnered approach of electric and RG systems that offer cost-effective solutions to a building. Important features like operational efficiency.
Sorry, Paul, you're at time, but thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
your words today. Appreciate it.
Vote no to the motion was the last thing.
Okay, we'll go to speaker number 9, Ron Rapp, over the phone. Hi, Ron.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Ron Rapp. I'm CEO of the Home Builders Association of Vancouver, or HAVEN. I just wanted to state that we are an association that represents 1,100 builders, custom builders, renovators, suppliers, and industry professionals that serve the residential construction industry. As an association, we are strong supporters of the STEP Code, lowering the carbon footprint and mitigating greenhouse gas emissions. We provide educational resources and training to meet those goals. Overall, we are looking at opportunity to achieve mitigation of climate impact, and to do so, we feel it is necessary to utilize all the tools that we have at our disposal, and we're very concerned about using or backing into a single source solution that would not entertain other options that are available. There are significant concerns with regard to capacity of any single source solution, either whether it be RNG or electrical. We have to use them in combination in order to meet our needs, as has been mentioned by previous speakers. It has been estimated that a complete 100% electrification that we are contemplating today would require additional generation capacity in the order of 2.2 to 3.4 times higher than what we have today, and that would be extremely difficult to achieve. The effort to shift to renewable natural gas will help to further mitigate greenhouse gas emissions, in that what is generated, or the sources of renewable natural gas that are generated from waste treatment plants, landfills, and the agribusiness would be released naturally into the atmosphere and have an impact on the greenhouse gases that are anywhere from 3 to 4 times higher than CO2. The impact of gas appliances on the overall carbon has been sensationalized in the media, and the health impacts are at best inconclusive. We have heard today numbers anywhere from 13% to 24% influencing asthma cases in young children. However, there are hundreds of reports and hundreds of studies internationally and domestically that do not support these conclusions over the course of the past 50 years. The methodology to release or to achieve some of the goals or conclusions that were arrived at in some of the studies that are being used to support this motion are best questionable in terms of the methodology. We do have very positive ventilation in our homes, and in fact, that has been mandated within the code for many years. In multiple jurisdictions, we do not support these conclusions. We feel that all options should be on the table to address climate issues, including electrification, RNG, and other alternatives such as solar, wind, tidal, etc. It is quite feasible for RNG to arrive at step 5 or even net zero using high-efficiency gas equipment. Backing into a single-source energy solution is very troubling, and I think will be a cause for some great concern. As could be seen most recently
Sorry, Ron,
in Texas,
you're at time. Thank you very much, though, for calling in. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now go to speaker number 10. Paul's on the phone.
Speaker number 10 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 11 has withdrawn. Speaker number 12, Paul Miles. Have Paul?
Hello there.
Hi,
Can
Paul.
you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you have 3
Hi there.
minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I represent Miles Industries. We're the manufacturer of Valor gas fireplaces. We're based here in North Vancouver, and I'm here today representing our 200 employees between here and Abbotsford that build and design and distribute Valor gas fireplaces. We're part of an industry here in Vancouver that, in BC, I should say, that's accounts for, I think, 20% of all gas and wood-burning fireplaces sold on this continent are made in this province. So we've had a pretty good success story here. So, of course, we're concerned that by limiting options to electric, of course, will allow us to not be able to sell products. I would point out as well that 100% of electric fireplaces are offshore built. Going forward, the points that I'd like to make is that our products are largely energy efficient products. We don't sell decorative products. So people buy our product because we zone heat in effect. And by that, I mean, as opposed to central heating, these products are typically installed in parts of the home where you space heat. And by that, you're not turning on your central system, heating the entire home. Rather, you're burning gas at the point that you spend your evening and use less fuel that way. The products, I would point out that gas is currently about half the price of electric. So, for example, for $1, you can run a fireplace typically in the evening for 4 to 5 hours, which is inexpensive, so we think we speak to affordability. From a safety and security standpoint, we're the backup heat. British Columbia is known for, we have lots of trees and big windstorms in the wintertime that take out power. Your go-to power backup in a home is your gas fireplace. We also think that we support heat pumps. Heat pumps don't work particularly well when we get an Arctic outflow and temperatures drop below about -7. So it's at that point that people can then supplement the heat pumps. So we think we work well with those products by providing supplemental heat. Again, I've touched on the fact that products are made in BC. We have, I think there's 7 companies in total in the province here making these products. And my last point
Paul,
is that
Paul,
with
I'm sorry,
RNG,
I have to ask you to, we are time. So thank you very much for calling in. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to speaker number 13, Hannah Campbell.
Speaker number 13 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 14, Craig McLean.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 15, Ashley Jane Brooks. Hi, Ashley.
Good afternoon. My company, Andion Global, gratefully acknowledges that it is situated on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. Andion Global is an organics to renewable energy platform. We're dedicated to fueling a net zero future by converting organic waste from a variety of sources, including urban centers and agricultural sites, to make renewable natural gas, also called RNG. We're actually aligned with your mission, a call for the reduction of greenhouse gases. Yet I'm here today to vehemently oppose the motion and highlight that the proposal to block new gas hookups works against your goal. In doing so, you move to block a Vancouver-headquartered Canadian company from providing some of the cleanest energy possible to the families and businesses in Vancouver. Renewable natural gas is, in fact, the only carbon-negative fuel source. Renewable natural gas actively reduces greenhouse gas emissions. It's not derived from fossil fuels, it's created by breaking down existing waste, a source of methane emissions, and something that Vancouver struggles with. The largest component of the City of Vancouver's waste is compostable organics, almost half of which are unavoidable food waste. The use of RNG will solve this problem. RNG is a proven clean technology. There are more than 300 active operations in Canada already, reducing carbon dioxide and methane emissions by 8 million tons per year and generating more than 20 petajoules of energy. To put that in perspective, 20 petajoules of energy is equivalent to powering the average 60-watt light bulb for 10.5 million years. As a drop-in fuel, RNG can directly substitute natural gas without any new infrastructure or retrofitting required. The more RNG that is added to the system, the less conventional natural gas we'll use overall. I'll leave you with some facts from just one of our projects currently in development in the area. The project will eliminate approximately 55,000 tons of greenhouse gas emissions every year. That's 1.1 million over the course of the project lifespan. That's equivalent to taking 11,800 cars off the roads annually and reducing gasoline consumption by over 22.7 million liters. The project will divert 70,000 tons of organic food waste every year from the civic waste stream. It will help avoid the use of 22,000 tons of chemical fertilizers annually. That's an avoidance of 26.4 million gigajoules of fossil fuels. And the project will generate 3.5 million gigajoules of renewable natural gas, which is equivalent to providing over 37,000 homes with clean energy. I'm here today to advocate for renewable natural gas, for Andion, and also for the many local partners involved who will benefit economically and environmentally, including First Nations communities and family-owned and operated businesses in agricultural and development sectors. We urge you to think holistically and long-term about this issue before making changes that have a lasting impact on our opportunities to create a clean-powered city. Andion would be happy to provide a more in-depth briefing on the benefits of RNG for the environment, the economy, and the city.
Thank you, Ashley. We'll now move to speaker 16, Neelam Shada.
Hello, my name is Neelam, and I'm actively involved in efforts for climate protection, including being the lead organizer of Fridays for Future Vancouver. From the City of Vancouver's website, 55% of our carbon pollution comes from burning natural gas to heat space and water in our buildings. So an easy way to reduce emissions significantly and therefore to help to meet SEEP targets would be to adopt Councillor Carr's proposed motion. I support this motion. The term natural gas seems a harmful euphemism for what is essentially methane, a dangerous greenhouse gas that literally fuels the climate crisis even more. It is a huge driver of climate change. We should be trying to reduce emissions overall, and this would be a good place to start to make a large difference easily. We are in a climate emergency, and it needs to be recognized as urgent. The IPCC in 2021 declared a code red for humanity. We know that climate change is happening faster than predicted. Climate targets have continued to be unmet at all levels of government, including the targets of the city's Climate Emergency Action Plan. It is a good plan to reduce emissions by up to 50% by 2030 compared to 2007 levels, but the plan has not been followed well so far. The estimate is under 10% so far. We know that climate disasters are going to increase in frequency and severity if we fail to take necessary climate actions. We'll have more and worse heat waves, fires, poor air quality because of the fires, droughts, floods, all of which we've already faced here in BC, especially in 2021, when an estimated 117 people in Vancouver and 200 in the Metro Vancouver area lost their lives due to the heat dome. And it'll rapidly get worse than what we've experienced unless urgent climate action is taken. What we've seen so far is only the tip of the melting iceberg. Whereas drastic action is needed, even if inconvenient, a great thing about this motion is that it's not inconvenient. So it makes sense to pass without any objections. It seems pretty straightforward. I hope Council makes a beneficial choice for us all. Oh, I'll also highlight health risk, especially to children and more vulnerable persons that's posed by gas stoves. A 2013 meta-analysis in the International Journal of Epidemiology found that children living in households with gas stoves are 42% more likely to have asthma. Gas creates nitrous dioxide, and as nitrous dioxide levels get higher, asthma symptoms are higher in both children and adults. A 2022 research article by Stanford University researchers found that within minutes of using certain gas stoves and ovens, emissions of nitrous dioxide rose to above the EPA standards of what is safe for outdoor use, and it's being used indoors and in an enclosed areas. So yes, I will return to saying, I really hope that the council does make the right choice. I think it should be pretty straightforward. But yes, hopefully.
Thank you. I will have to stop you
You're
there. Just
welcome.
you're at time, but thanks very much for calling in.
Oh, you're welcome.
Have a good day. We'll go to speaker number 17, Scott Semple.
Speaker 17 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker number 18, Julius Sistoni.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you have 3 minutes, Julius. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. So my name is Julius Chitany. I am a biologist living in Vancouver, and I'd like to ask us here to look at the very big picture. Sorry, I'm kind of in the middle of traffic here, so I'm going to have to actually modify this a little bit from what I had initially planned, but the message is quite simple, and I'll keep it short. The big picture is this. As some others have pointed out already, we are actually far, far behind where we absolutely need to be to attempt to curtail the effects of the current climate crisis. A lot further behind than most of us actually realize. And in fact, as the last speaker, Neil, pointed out, we are finding that with more increasing amounts of evidence, we are actually in a worse situation than we had previously thought. So at the moment, we absolutely have to, and at all levels of government, municipal, federal, provincial, international, we have to work as hard as we possibly can to reduce the amount of emissions that we're releasing to the atmosphere that are going to fuel this climate crisis. And natural gas, of course, is a major one. I have heard a lot of examples of people speaking in favor of RNG today, the renewable natural gas. But again, we need to be looking at the big picture here. Although that one could be seen as a transitional fuel, in fact, what's going to happen if we do scale that up is that it will simply help the existing natural gas, non-renewable natural gas industry to increase further. And of course they're going to. In fact, you've heard a lot of proponents suggest that they need to have the chance to install more the traffic. That we need to have the ability to retain the use of natural gas, whether for RNG or not. And unfortunately, that's simply going to help the non-renewable methane use go a lot faster. And that's going to be a big, big problem. We're seeing a lot of, unfortunately, what terms we use to call it is greenwashing. So a lot of misreported or a very heavily spun information suggesting that the results are inconclusive about the negative effects of methane use in the home. In fact, if you talk to actual physicians such as Melissa Lem, who have spoken extensively on this, in fact, it's pretty clear that the results are quite conclusive. Some amount of variation is, of course, natural in our field of science, and we've taken all of that into account. In fact, it is very quite conclusive that it's quite harmful for us, and that incorporates or accommodates includes the ventilation in our homes as well. So not only is it unhealthy for us to continue to use any form of natural gas, any source of natural gas, we need to move away from any kind of fossil fuels as fast as possible. I urge you to listen to climate scientists here. They're the ones who have done a ton of work on this, and not, in this case, industry proponents, because as inconvenient as some of it is, and not all of it is, as inconvenient as some of the changes are, we're going to pay a much heftier fine afterwards if we're not going to reduce severely the use of, and the chance of the use of natural gas and other forms of
Apologies to stop you there, but thanks for calling in today.
All right. Thanks.
Okay, thanks a lot. We'll now go to speaker number 19, Mike McNeese.
Yes.
Hi, Mike. So you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and Council. My name is Mike McNeese. I'm Director of Public Affairs with the Hearth, Patio, and Barbecue Association of Canada, or HPBAC. I'm not a resident of Vancouver myself, but our members operate in Vancouver and the surrounding area. I'm speaking against the motion on behalf of our members today. Our members include manufacturers, distributors, and retailers of hearth and barbecue products. So thank you for the opportunity to speak at today's meeting. Our association ran a successful advocacy campaign when the city first introduced revisions to the Vancouver building bylaw, which restricted the installation of natural gas lines in new buildings. Following that campaign, the city moved forward with an exclusion of gas, hearth, and stove appliances from restrictions on new home construction. That exclusion was the right move by the city of Vancouver. It was welcomed by our members, and beyond that, the campaign garnered significant public support and improved communication between our association and the city of Vancouver. On the other hand, the proposed outright ban of natural gas in new construction will negatively impact consumer choice and restrict access to vital backup heating options, as other speakers have alluded to. Additionally, a ban would negatively affect our industry and potentially jobs locally and regionally. Our members currently comply with extensive existing environmental regulations and are committed to addressing the reality of climate change. Addressing climate change effectively, however, should include increasingly renewable natural gas as part of the solution. So on behalf of our members, your attention to these matters is much appreciated, and we look forward to continuing our constructive relationship with the City of Vancouver. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to this motion.
Okay, thanks, Mike, for calling in. Okay, we'll now go back to the speakers that were not available earlier. Let's go back to speaker number 6, Devyani Singh. Do we have Devyani on the phone?
No, not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 10, Paul Zahn, or Zan. We have Paul on the line.
We're just checking. No, not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 13, Hannah Campbell.
Not on the line.
Speaker 14, Craig McLean.
Yes, on the.
Hello.
Hi, Craig. You have up to 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks very much. My name's Craig McLean. I apologize for missing my initial time there. I dealing with a flooded basement, but I still wanted to call in and share my opinion. So thank you for letting me speak. I'm the owner of Savannah Heating and Fireplace Warehouse, manufacturer, distributor, retailer of gas fireplaces. We're based in Richmond, and we manufacture products here that we distribute throughout North America and Canada. I oppose the motion A2 to ban natural gas in Vancouver, as doing so will decimate businesses such as mine. Anything related to gas appliance manufacturing, retail, installation, and service. Any industry, not just gas fireplaces, but any gas-related industry will obviously be hard-pressed to survive something along these lines. You're looking at approximately 30,000 jobs directly related to gas in BC, and another 30,000 jobs indirectly related to the gas industry in BC. I mean, 60,000 jobs is a lot of jobs. That's significant. And, if you don't think that your decision here is going to influence BC and Canada and North America, then you got to think about it twice. And if you're not concerned with what happens outside Vancouver, then why are you doing this in the first place? This decision will be setting precedent for what other municipalities within the province and within the country are going to follow. And from a business point of view, our industry has been, not on a level playing field for a number of years now with the tax breaks on electrical equipment. The field's already sloping against us, and additional taxes on gas appliances, all happening unfairly and unjustly in the last year. The cards are already stacked against us as far as what we're doing. This would be the final nail in the coffin. Realistically, from a personal point of view, I grew up in Vancouver, and my family still lives there. And my dad still lives in the Vancouver area, and he's paying $11,000 plus in taxes a year. And you're going to tell him that he can't have a gas barbecue, or a gas fireplace, or a gas range? I mean, that shouldn't be your choice to make. I mean, this is your job as a government officials is to represent the many, the majority out there, and 2 seats from the Green Party is not the majority. People such as my father living in Vancouver and him and his outlooks, that's your representation. That's the majority that is out there. And we got to ask ourselves, and I've asked the question a number of times over and over, where's the electricity going to come from? And everybody looks at me and says, that's a good question. The grid can't handle it.
Scott, we are at time, but thanks very much for calling in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to the last, oh no, that's actually, that's the end of our speakers list. Speaker 17, oh, sorry, there is one more speaker. Speaker 17, Scott Semple. Do we have Scott on the line?
No, not on the line.
Okay, thank you. So we are at the end of our speakers list. And council, any discussion? I see several councillors in the queue. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I have a few very serious questions. I want to ask this question through you, Chair, to the mover of the motion.
Yes.
Councillor Carr, so can you please tell me how can I cook Kung Pao chicken without using open flame? How can our Thailand community cook pad thai noodle without using open flame? How can our Korean community going to cook their Korean barbecue without open flame? How can our South Asian community is going to cook tandoori without using open flame? In fact, there are many cuisines from the cultural community require open flame. Mexican food, Mid-Eastern food, Brazilian food, North African food, Vietnamese food, and much more. They all require open flame for their food. Have you consulted their opinions? Have you collected their feedback and evaluate the impact of this motion on their diet? How many people or families will be affected by this motion if we pass this motion today? What are the alternatives if they cannot use electric stoves? Do they feel discriminated if we pass this motion? So I really encourage Councillor Carr, you can answer this question directly so I can know how can I support this motion or not. Thank you.
Yeah.
Please go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Okay. Thanks for that question. Actually, during the last local election, there were a couple of demonstrations by celebrity chefs that actually completely addressed your issue. One of them was Miru Dawala, the other, Angus Ann. Chinese and Indo-Canadian celebrity chefs, and both were exhibiting the profoundly better experience of cooking over induction with induction stoves as opposed to open flames, gas, methane gas. It's faster, it's easier to control, it has the same impacts as that flame does, only without the emissions that the methane gas does. They are absolute advocates for it. There's a celebrity chef in Europe that is well, actually was a quote from Chef Patrick Hennessy from Vancouver. In Europe, all the best kitchens have now built-in professional induction. They are all getting rid of gas. So the change is happening. If you haven't cooked with induction, I do have an induction stove. It is phenomenal, and it is better. And it achieves the same result in the food.
Yeah, Councillor Joe, did you have any more?
Yes, I do. So thanks for mentioning these two examples, those two chefs from Europe. But have you consulted our local community? We are talking about a policy that affects city of Vancouver, not Europe.
Yes, I have talked to people in the local community. There were hundreds of people that were at those demonstrations that I went to on the induction cooking, but I didn't go out and survey people. And I imagine most of us. I mean, I did my due diligence in talking to people, but I didn't do a one-on-one survey with thousands of people.
Yeah, I'm asking specifically about our culture community. What will be the impact on them? Do they feel discriminated if they cannot cook for their food?
I would think Miru Dalwala, I would think that Angus Ann are from cultural communities, two of whom that you mentioned, and have stated to me clearly that they are advocates around the switch from methane gas to induction, they actually can achieve better results in terms of the traditional foods.
Thank you, Councilor Carr.
Okay, thank you both. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. Since we're into debate and decision, I actually have an amendment to propose that I have emailed in to everybody
I'll
just
move
now.
us to the amendment queue. Please go ahead. I'll be back on the queue.
Yeah, I'll try to walk us through this, and I'm not sure that I can express as eloquently as we've heard from a number of speakers tonight, or sorry, this afternoon. You forget what time of day it is in here sometimes. But I think what we have, and I really appreciate from the speakers, is that we have the scientists that are pushing the envelope and challenging us to meet the emissions, and then we have sort of the balancing of that with the practicality of how are we going to get to the outcomes. So not necessarily being prescriptive to source, but looking at the actual desired outcome, which is shared, I think, around this council chamber and I think in the city, and from all the speakers that we've heard, that we're not on target to reach our emissions, but we do have a path to get there. And we hear that whether it's from hydro in terms of capacity, we hear it from TransLink in terms of the need to balance use of existing trolley buses and electric buses. We hear it around the table at Metro Vancouver in terms of different discussions about how to get there. But I did really appreciate in this motion from Councillor Carr the reference to the BC Zero Carbon Step Code. And I think that Vancouver has shown leadership in the Vancouver Buildings Bylaw. We already, for all new builds, require electrification for heating and cooling. And I know that the BC Zero Carbon Step Code that was referenced here does not preclude the use of the natural gas for cooking, and it also is not necessarily prescriptive in getting there, but it lands us squarely on actually getting to the goal line, which is significantly reducing emissions over what we have today. So the amendment deals with a couple of pieces here, which is affirming what Councillor Carr has put forward here on reporting back to council as soon as possible on a plan to update the Vancouver Building Bylaw. It takes out the language there around, as you can see there, about preempting entirely gas cooking, but it does include stepping up to adopt the recently announced top step of the BC Zero Carbon Step Code to align with what we're seeing in with the provincial government, Metro Vancouver, and other local government leadership in BC. And I think Vancouver wants to be in that company. The second change is, and I think Councillor Joe raised some eloquent and really important considerations, is that consideration be given in the plan that staff come back with to equity impacts that may unintentionally unfairly affect the city's cultural and equity denied groups. And I think that's a really important consideration. I think the concern with how the motion was written, that it directed moving forward with the plan without consideration of those impacts. And I think it's incumbent on council to know what they are.
Well, you are time, Councillor Kirby.
So we can make informed decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Sim.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I want to be very clear. So I see the amendment here. I want to be very clear. At our household, we run a carbon neutral family, and everything we look at is through the lens of affordability, but also effectiveness and impact. And we can talk about that all day long, but that's actually not the conversation I want to have. In lines with what Councillor Joe mentioned, I do want us to realize that roughly half the city of Vancouver is of South Asian or Asian descent. And we talk about equity, diversity, inclusion, and taking away the ability for individuals of certain cultural groups to perform one of the most basic functions, making their own culturally appropriate foods, to me, it doesn't really sit very well. And, if the only option for, let's say, people of Chinese descent or South Asian descent or Asian descent is to enjoy their foods at a restaurant, as opposed to their own home, I find incredibly problematic. And look, I've cooked on induction stoves and I've cooked on gas, and I don't know, maybe I'm missing something here. I'm not a celebrity chef. Maybe I'm not that good of a cook, but I can't make that stuff work on an induction stove. Maybe that's just me. These comments to me are actually very personal as well. We are literally coming off the 100th anniversary of the Chinese Immigration Act. Okay. I also lived in a home where on the deed, it said this property, it was built in 1923, and it said this property shall not be transferred to Negroes or Orientals. Now, we got rid of that, but now what we're proposing is passing something where we, like people from cultural groups, including my own and my wife's, aren't going to be able to make our own cultural foods in our own home. And I don't see much of a distinction between that, deed in 1923 and what we're proposing here today. So I do like what is proposed in the amendment, and it not only hits the EDI issues that we are all aligned on, I believe, but it also helps with the objectives of getting to a carbon-free society. And so I like the amendment, and it's something I will be supporting.
Okay, thanks, Mayor Sim. And I apologize, I needed to get a seconder for Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment, seconded by Councillor Montague, and that is just because of the procedural bylaw change. This is our first meeting since we had that change, so just wanted to explain why I've forgotten a couple times today, so apologies about that. We'll go to Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a couple of comments. I guess one of the things I wanted to highlight was just this government overreach and scope creep, telling people what they can do in their own homes, how they cook their own food. I think we start to dive into places where government shouldn't be. To tell someone that how they cook their steak, that they can't do it on a barbecue or in any form of other natural gas. I guess, for me, I love to barbecue. If you took away my gas barbecue, I guess I'd light up a briquette barbecue. I don't know how much better for the environment that would be. And I think we're really splitting hairs here. The motion talks about reducing greenhouse gases. I think limiting how someone cooks their food would be the limit to, or the reduction in greenhouse gases is immeasurable. I think we can spend our time looking at planting trees or combined sewers or waste management. The small amount that we're looking at here, I do believe it's just so immeasurable when it comes to Vancouver. Not to mention all the other things that have been brought up, the affordability aspect, the cost to residents, consumer choice, cultural considerations, economic impacts. These are all things that would prevent me from supporting the motion as it was presented to council. But what Councillor Kirby-Young has proposed here, I could support, and those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Montague. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, so I really appreciate Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment. I really liked the consideration of the cultural component because it is really big for me to make the decision today. I think it's critical to consider the broader culture implication on different communities in our city. For some communities, I think the tradition of using open flame for cooking is really significant. Just because without the open flame, the taste is really different. So the mastery of these flavors often stems from the direct flame and the unique characteristics that natural gas stoves provide. I can only speak for the Chinese cuisine. Chinese community has been using the open flame to cook their food for tens of thousands of years. This is how I cook. This is how my parents cook. This will be how my son cook. We should respect this tradition. All of a sudden, we force them to change the way they cook without even consulting their opinions or considering the impact on their life. I don't think this aligns with our equity framework, which was passed last term. I think everyone, last term in this council speak highly about our equity framework. Environmental and sustainability should not come at the cost of hurting the traditions or discriminating certain community groups because the way how they cook their food. So with that, I really like this amendment. We should consider all the cultural impact. I'm going to support this amendment. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, if I could, through you, Chair, ask a question of staff?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah. I would like to ask a question around the top step of the BC, the new zero carbon step or low carbon step, zero carbon performance step code. And that is, as I think it's been stated, there still could be, it doesn't, as Councillor Kirby-Young stated, it doesn't preclude that that gas could be hooked into buildings or used in buildings. My question is, would that mean that it could be installed in new buildings or that it could be used in current buildings? And if it could be not installed in new buildings, I know you did send a memo around this, City Manager, but if it could be installed in new buildings, does that mean potentially new buildings such as institutional buildings as opposed to residential buildings?
Thanks, Councillor. So my understanding, we have Matt Horn here as well, who's our expert. So I'll defer to him if he wants to expand on this. I can't speak to your question around institutional buildings. Certainly my understanding of new construction, the step code, the top step, new construction would, on the performance-based standard, could still use gas for cooking. So could have a gas connection installed to the residents for that purpose. I don't have the specifics around institutional, and I'm looking at Matt, whether there's any additional comments he wants to provide on that, or whether it's something we have to take away.
Yep. Hello, Mayor and Council. Matt Horn, Director of Sustainability. So the City Manager is correct. The top step of the zero carbon step code has two options. One's a performance pathway, one's a prescriptive pathway. So if a builder were to choose the performance pathway, there would be space in the carbon limit for gas cooking. And the prescriptive pathway, there wouldn't be space for fossil natural gas. In terms of institutional, the province is still sort of figuring out the approach there. I think this motion is focused on residential, so it wouldn't apply to that.
Right. Okay. I appreciate that information. You know, it's certainly a better amendment than I was anticipating, but it's still not going to get us to where we need to go. And the reason I say that is because scientists are absolutely clear that we have to not allow the expansion of fossil fuel infrastructure if we are to meet the GHG reduction goals that we must in order to avoid the absolutely most catastrophic elements of the climate change and global warming that are happening right now. So it's not going to get us there in terms of where I believe our society has to head in a very short period of time, certainly before 2050, but the deadline has been given as 2050. It will likely, I think, end up with people builders choosing to not install, but they could install, and so there could be some infrastructure. So it's better than the current Vancouver building bylaw, which does allow it in all new builds and doesn't entice people to move to a non-methane gas connection. But because it does increase the infrastructure, I can't support the carbon methane gas infrastructure. I can't support the amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. And I'm just noting the time, 4:57. Can I get a motion from the floor to extend to complete? Mayor Sim, seconder. Councillor Joe, all those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. We'll go to Councillor Joe.
Yeah, so I also want to address some comments made by the speaker saying, natural gas cooking is not healthy. I don't buy in this judgment. Do you know which city in Canada has the longest life expectancy? City of Richmond, where more than 70% of residents are Chinese or South Asian. So just saying the natural gas cooking is not healthy, I just don't buy this judgment. Even it is true, natural gas cooking is not healthy, we could educate the community about the healthy cooking. We could provide incentives to help people get out of the natural gas. but we cannot just simply force people and shut down the natural gas hookup. So I just want to respond to that comments.
Thanks, Councillor Joe. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, interesting comments on the nature of cooking, and I love cooking. And
Unless more participants join, this conference will end in 5.
but I just want to reflect, and I think Councillor Joe made some great points about thousands of years of culinary history. But of course, thousands of years ago, people were cooking with coal, with wood. We've gradually evolved our health and safety standards to not cook with coal or even heat with coal inside the house. We don't do gas barbecues inside our homes because that's obviously not safe, and we know that there's considerations around emissions. So I just want to reflect that in many respects, we are sort of future-proofing. I think the evidence and the science is becoming fairly clear that there are harmful particulates in gas that we once referred to as natural gas that go beyond just the methane. There's sulfites and all sorts of things that are coming into our community. So I think that we may, not too far from now, actually see more prescriptive sort of health-based, not just climate-based considerations around the use of substances in our homes. And indeed, I know in California, where they faced in significant natural gas cooking bans in residential, there has been some significant adaptations in electric woks and that kind of solutions, and electric tandoor ovens that many of which I recognize that the wok does require that high intensity of flame, but many devices like tandoors and stuff actually use indirect heat. And it's not actually the flame that's cooking it, it's the radiant heat that does the cooking. So I do think that it's a complex space. The original motion really did kind of suggest a report back that I would have assumed could kind of accommodate some of these kind of considerations, but I appreciate where Councillor Kirby-Young's motion went, at least as far as acknowledging the tiers, but I'm not sure that it does go far enough. And reflecting back on the whole issue of climate change and the real necessity that we're seeing globally to phase out fossil fuel, I think it's probably a step backwards, and we may, in the long run, want to save consumers by not having them invest in infrastructure that may indeed end up being phased out as we come closer and closer to climate catastrophe and start looking for solutions. So,
okay, thanks, Councillor. Seeing no one else on the queue to speak to the amendment, I'm now going to call a vote. Clerk, if you could please move us to the voting panel, and Council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. And this is on the amendment. Okay, and that amendment passes with Councillor Carr in opposition and Councillor Fry in opposition. Now go back to the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thanks. Can I start with a clean time, please?
Yes, we can do that for you.
Yeah, I just want to provide a couple of closing comments, and I don't want to belabor some of the points, but I think it's important to emphasize a couple quickly. And that is that I think the focus really needs to be on the path that we're setting to get to outcomes and reduce emissions. Like that is really, we have to keep our eye on the goal in the long game, and that's what we're trying to do here, and we know we're not on track to do that. And so I am wanting to sort of take a balanced approach in focusing on actually getting to a measurable reduction. And I think that's the spirit of it here. I do think a lot of the comments are really important. If you look back at some of the history of Vancouver in 1975, Vancouver City health inspectors shut down 5 Chinese barbecue meat restaurants in Chinatown, famously due to a perception around how foods were cooked, or an assumption on the part of people that were not part of that culture, quite frankly. And I think that that's a bit of a lesson around how we approach these conversations, and the fact that there was no consultation included with cultural groups in the motion, to me was a real flag. I also want to note too that there wasn't any consultation with the restaurant sector, and while it was referenced that this related to residential, the way the second clause is written is really broad, and it did not distinguish between residential or commercial. And I think that's why we heard from the restaurant sector and others coming out, which is really problematic. If you look at our restaurants right now, you have to also recognize that not only delivering on a lot of those the culturally diverse foods, but we just heard about the Donnelly Group that potentially is declaring bankruptcy, and what we're seeing is all the economic factors coming to roost. The COVID pandemic loans that are now due, the increasing inflation, the extraordinary shortage in the labor market, all of these factors that are happening right now. And I think that again, a prescriptive motion that didn't engage with that sector was important, and it wasn't clear in the motion. And I think that's why we saw those folks come out. So those are also really important considerations for me. Again, I think the reference to the STEP code was a good one. I'm really happy to support that. And the last thing that I'll say with respects to the multicultural family component, I am not of a different culture, but I do live in a multicultural household. Some of you have seen my last name. I do have electric heating, but I also have a gas stove. My mother-in-law, when she comes to visit, she does not speak English at all. I have very rudimentary and little Cantonese, and the one way we communicate is when she came in the house and she comes to visit and she sees the gas stove and we can cook something. And it's the only way that we can actually, I mean, there's other sort of nonverbal communication, but it's fundamentally important, and you cannot describe the way that is the method of giving sort of love and joy and cultural connection, and that's how I've come to appreciate it. And all of my dishes are turned, the food is served different ways, the dishes are turned differently, but you cannot underestimate the impact and the importance of that. So I appreciate the mayor and Lenny sharing their experiences, because I've seen it firsthand in my own house. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be brief. I too had serious issues with the second clause, which is why I was glad to see the amendment. The last thing I wanted to see was another kind of made in Vancouver, only in Vancouver solution to something. The last thing I wanted to see is another cup tax, which is how I sort of viewed this to begin with. I think the big thing here for me is giving people a choice, not an either or, but a choice of how they want to get to the outcomes we want to see, and that was the big one for me. So I'm happy about the amendments, and like I said, I had real issues with the motion as how it was originally written. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Montague. Mayor Sim.
You can take me off.
Okay. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I really appreciate the intention of this particular motion. I know where this is coming from, but I'm going to continue to talk more about this culture component. I really believe banning the natural gas stoves will risk disrupting this long-established culinary practice, which really hurts the cultural diversity in our city. Technically, why this open flame is so important? Well, so the cooking methods using open flame allow more precise control of the heat, imparting distinct flavors and textures that are really hard to replicate with alternative cooking methods. That's the reason why, the food cooking by the open flame is really different. So I remember the first day when we had council, I remember that day, many councillors, we went to just the Chinese restaurant across the city hall. I remember Councillor Carr, you mentioned that fried tofu tastes really, really good. Why? I don't want to say it's all because of the open flame, but open flame is really, really important reason. So this open flame has been deeply embedded in the everyday cooking for many communities. So as I mentioned a lot of different communities in my speech before. But I want to be clear, I'm not opposing banning the natural gas hookup. I'm just opposing banning without proper public consultation process with cultural communities. As in City of Vancouver's equity framework, which we all agree, it says equity as an outcome is dependent on equity as a process. So after an open, transparent, robust public engagement, after a thorough impact assessment, if people are fine with banning the natural gas hookup, of course, I will be supportive. But none of this has happened yet. Our decision here in the chamber will affect 700,000 people and their families across the city. So I really don't support an emotional-based approach here. I also want to mention that I was doing some research yesterday, it was very interesting. The special rapporteur on the right to food worked with the United Nations and published a definition of right to food. That was in 2002. That defines the food to meet individuals' dietary needs as a basic human right. It's a long definition, but I'm going to read part of it. It says, the right to food is the right to have a regular, permanent, unrestricted access, sufficient food corresponding to the cultural tradition of the people to which consumer belongs. This definition has been recognized by over 160 countries on this planet. So I recognize culture is a very important component to the right of food. So with that, I'm gonna support the amendment motion here. So I really appreciate Councilor Kirby-Yung bring this amendment forward. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Joe. I'll need to cede the chair to make some closing comments. Who could I cede to? My vice chair is absent. Mover is. Okay, maybe we'll go to Councillor Carr, and then I may jump back on the queue. Please go ahead. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. A few comments in response to what people have been saying. I found that the statement interesting, the idea of something being made in Vancouver, but only in Vancouver. But I think that's not the truth, actually. When things are made in Vancouver and the BC Zero Carbon Step Code is proof in the pudding that something happens here and it is expanded to elsewhere. So it can be made in Vancouver, then everywhere. If our own Vancouver building bylaw had not had an exception for gas stoves in it and gas fireplaces, perhaps we would have then be the leader in a BC Zero Carbon Step Code, which would follow suit on that. So it's, when we take a bold move, others have followed. In this case, the whole province has followed. And I do feel very strongly that the actual shift away from fossil fuels is going to happen faster and more thoroughly than any of you around this table are now speaking about. And the reason is it's imperative because of the science of climate change, what scientists have been telling us. So why I'm not going to be voting for the amendment. However, I appreciate that it actually has very good intentions in it in terms of aligning with the BC Step Code. I am just a person that wants to lead our city in being as strong as we possibly can be and in the forefront of the change. And the forefront of the change is no new gas infrastructure. And this would still allow, in some cases, new gas infrastructure, which would come at a cost later on of having to take it out and replace it, because I'm absolutely convinced that that is where our world is going. The reasons why I feel so passionately on this issue, and the ideas that came up by our speakers as well, is that it is obviously around climate change. It's also around the health issue. So let me address those. In terms of methane gas stoves, there were some people that disputed some of the information that was provided by the doctors who came to speak to us, but it is actually indisputable. I want to make sure that all of you, if you haven't already, and you should have, that you read the letter from Dr. Michael Schwant from Vancouver Coastal Health on that issue. It was very clear about the known health hazards of cooking with gas, with methane gas. The health study that some people disputed around the impact of gas in children, especially with asthma, it came from a reputable source. It was the American Public Health Association that did that study that showed 1 in 8 children with asthma is due to the use of gas in their homes. The science, as I say, is incredibly clear. What you are getting in your home, people call natural gas. That was a term coined by the oil and gas industry to make it sound better. It's actually over 90% methane. And methane is one of the most climate change causing gases. It's 80 times more potent than CO2 in terms of the warming power. Scientists and the latest report from it's the IPCC report, which is just this March in 2023, a report to policymakers, says with very high confidence or extremely high confidence, change is happening way faster than any of us thought as scientists, any of us thought would happen. And we have to take that seriously in terms of reducing our GHGs as fast as possible. Any infrastructure that I say, that I've said would be put into homes, into buildings, will eventually have to be replaced. I don't want that cost to be borne. And so it really is, the reason why, for those two reasons, that I'm going to be not voting for the motion as amended, and will continue to raise issues at this council table.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. I'm going to cede the chair to Vice Chair Klassen. Thank you, Councillor Carr, for bringing this forward. I do appreciate your continued advocacy and pushing the envelope with Council on climate. I do appreciate it. We did hear a diversity of viewpoints today on this, but I do think that the amendment brought forward by Councillor Kirby-Yung achieves that balance that we need to make a measurable impact, while balancing many of the concerns that we heard here today around cultural cooking practices, for example, in particular from Councillor Joe, the costs of retrofitting that would be borne by consumers as they needed to change appliances and furnaces and that sort of thing, and the impacts on the restaurant sector. I also share the concerns around the need for more engagement with these groups to inform our policy going forward before we make a huge decision like this that is going to have wide-ranging impacts on Vancouverites. I also want to note the point raised by one of our speakers I thought was interesting around mixed-use developments where we see residential units on top and restaurants on the bottom. Clearly, a motion like this, as originally proposed, could cause an issue with the viability of some of these mixed-use developments with restaurants on the ground floor that our city desperately needs and enjoys. And I know I frequent many restaurants located in buildings like that. I also hear the concerns around eliminating infrastructure going forward in new buildings that could be used in the future for alternative sources of energy, including hydrogen. And finally, and most importantly, I think right now, considering the affordability crisis that we're in right now, considering the inflationary pressures and the cost of living that everybody is grappling with here in Vancouver, I don't think this is the right time to impose more hardship on Vancouverites. And I think the right strategy is what we're doing with the amendment, the motion as amended, to take the province's lead with the STEP code, which will ensure that we get better climate outcomes and respond to the climate emergency, and ensure that, in addition, that we do future and further consultation with cultural communities and industry. So I'll be supporting the motion as amended. Thank you. And Vice Chair, I'll take the chair back. Thank you for joining. Okay, seeing no one else on the queue to speak to the motion as amended, I'll now call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting panel, and Council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, and that motion passes with Councillor Carr in opposition and Councillor Fry in opposition. Okay, that concludes the last item on the agenda for today. The standing committee portion of this meeting is now complete, and we will now convene in council with Mayor Sim as chair to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting.
Thank you very much. We will now convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting. Clerk, may we please have a roll call?
Mayor Sim in the chair, Councillor Carr, Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Dominato is on a leave of absence for personal reasons. Councillor Bly. Councillor Bly, I
I'm
see you.
present.
Okay.
Yes, sorry, just had a mute button issue. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle is on a leave of absence for personal reasons. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner.
Present.
Councillor Joe.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Thank you very much. We need a motion to adopt the committee's recommendations. Thank you, Councillor Montague. Seconder.
Second.
Councillor Meisner, thank you. All those in favor?
Yay.
All those opposed? Great, the motion carries unanimously. Is there any urgent business that council wants to bring up? No? All right, may we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Don't all rush at once. Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Joe. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion is carried unanimously. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.